Germans. Can't speak yet. Haven't had enough coffee. How you going? Ah. Going good. We got everything live, everything working. You can hear me all right. Not croaky morning voice. You're in the middle of watching the last live stream. Sorry. Oh, God. Taking over your life, Rob. Got this new jumper from the local brewery. Went there with the boys. Drank kombucha instead of beer because I'm on dry July. I think I need to go down a size. Feels a bit baggy. I don't know. It's good quality. Not sure it goes with my blue running shorts, but anyway. What's going on, legends? Oop, wrong one. Today I am going to critique Michelle's work from yesterday. She's populated the boards. I've got to go ahead and solder them, install the valve sockets. I've run out of the 9-pin Beltons, so I've processed an order yesterday, day before, with CE distribution to ship us out another batch. We've got all the octal ones we need. This is the 50-watt version. You could have used the DSL100 version if you remove the outer two sockets, but I thought let's make a custom one. That way there's no confusion when purchasing, etc., etc. Because if there's an image of one with 4 valve sockets, even if it's got the outer 2 valves there, depopulated, and even if you write 500 times on the listing that it's a 50-watt version, people still buy it and then go, oh, I thought it was a 50-watt version, I thought it was a 100-watt version or whatever. Yeah, people are weird. So I'm just going to go through and check it, everything's seated properly, everything's straight. One thing is I like to elevate these potential areas for problems, like the heater balance resistors, the cathode current sense resistor, the 1 ohm between cathode and ground. So if you do get a short and that does blow, although it is a fuse, I'm probably being overly cautious, I'm not sure. Although that is a fusible resistor, well, it's a safety resistor they call it, it's a metal film. You've seen on my video, resistor blowjob, I called it, where we overrated all different composition types of resistors and see what their failure mode was. Those ones go open circuit very gracefully. They're like for a fraction of a second there, you can see there's a little spot that goes red and then it just goes open circuit. The carbon films, not so much, but they're in positions where they're not really under a lot of stress in this amp. And the wire wounds are lifted off the board primarily for heat dissipation more than, you know, failure mode. But if one was to go short circuit, you'd blow the HT fuse first, but at least it's elevated off the board. So if the resistor did go open circuit or drift heavily, get damaged by an overcurrent event, it's not going to damage the underlying board. You could replace that with no sign of the failure. The heater balance resistors actually are fusible metal film. That's why it has a different color there to the paint. So if they do go short circuit, you barely notice. They just go open. Sorry, if they are exposed for a short circuit, you barely notice. They just go open circuit, right? You might see a tiny little black dot on one side of it where the element actually opens up, but they are designed to be like fuses. But I thought I'd lift them off the board anyway, just in case. If you've got a massive high voltage across it, you could get like plasma, like an arc started, and once arcs start, they're very hard to extinguish. So you could have some damage to the board from arcing, that kind of thing. So I've just done whatever I can to mitigate. So if something does go wrong with the amp, like one of the valves is the most likely culprit, but if something does go short circuit or whatever, the board will be easily repairable without serious, trace rebuilding, that kind of thing. So that's the plan anyway. Rob French, if that burns, it would be high current going through, right? Potentially scorching the board. Yeah, well, that's why I've lifted them off the board. So if that does occur, but most of the time, Rob, that we see that in other amplifiers, it's because they've used an inappropriate type of resistor in that position. So like carbon compositions, for example. The reason a lot of Mesa Boogies go on fire, and you can love Mesa Boogies, you can hate them, I don't care, I don't give a fuck. All I care about is the objective truth of the assembly of the circuit, right? They use carbon composition screen grid resistors and carbon composition dropper resistors for all the HT nodes. I don't know why they've done that, because they're the two positions where it literally doesn't matter what composition you use from a tonal point of view. So you can use a carbon film, metal film, you can use a metal oxide there. It doesn't matter a fuck. There's no AC signals there. It's all just, well, it's more or less just DC. So it's not like you're changing them for their distortion characteristics or whatever. But carbon composition resistors love to flame up like fucking crazy if something goes wrong. They're like it's like a barbecue briquette. It just keeps burning. And of course, all the resin they put it in with is, not flame resistant or flame retardant either. So it goes up in flames. It's crazy how much of a mess they make when they go short circuit, the carbon composition resistors. So, of course, in a Mesa, the first thing I do if I'm servicing one is change them out with metal film or wire wound, depending on the wattage requirements. Another question, are those balanced resistors a special type? Are you saying that's a normal function, act like fuses? No, they are a special type. They're an actual fusible resistor. It's a type of resistor. It is a metal film resistor, but the way I'm not sure exactly how they go about it, but the actual element itself acts like a fuse it's designed to. So here's the part number. Let's look up the specs, eh? NFR, I guess F means fusible, NFR 25H series. NFR 25H. NFR, we should be able to find a data sheet just off that. 25H. Homogeneous helical groove. Yeah, okay, V-shape. Fusible non-flammable resistor. Here we go. Technology, metal film, overload protection without risk of fire, wide range of overload currents, so you can get different wattages, basically. Well, when you're dealing with a set resistance and a wattage, you can pretty much go off the resistance, it's Ohm's law. So you can sort of define a voltage at which it will fuse in that case, providing that there's, well, yeah, I mean, if it's a constant voltage, it's a constant voltage, isn't it? So these are half watters. So this is the NFR25H series. Operating voltage. So when it says operating voltage, that doesn't mean the voltage across it. That means its voltage compared to the outer, like, insulation of the unit itself. So say you've got a ground plane under it, don't be putting more than 350 volts at any end of that resistor if there's a ground plane touching it underneath. That's more of an insulation thing, because of course you could say, yeah, it's 350 volt rated, but if you've got a 1 ohm resistor and you've got 350 volts across it, obviously that doesn't work. So let's see if we've got some fusing characteristics. Here we go. Okay, so this is telling you at the overload how long it can deal with it, is it? Time, seconds. I don't understand this. This seems way out of whack. I don't know if I'm off by orders of magnitude here, but 10 to the power of 2 seconds? Can last 1 second at 20 watts? I doubt it. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm misunderstanding that graph, but anyway. Pulse loading. I don't know. I don't have time to think about that. But anyway, there's the data sheet. But yeah, they are fusible. I use them in everything. Well, it doesn't have to be this exact type. Like it could be a different brand and series, but as long as they're fusible and 1/2 watt, that's what I use for heater balance resistors on everything. Had an amp the other day. Oh yeah, it was that Silverface Fiberlux? No, Silverface something. Super? I can't remember. That I put up the other day anyway. And they'd used did I just throw out a guitar pick? No. They used a pair of 5 watt 47 ohm resistors for the heater balance. It's like you're completely defeating the purpose of heater balance resistors. But anyway, helical groove, it will always be slightly inductive. Not necessarily, Seth. You don't know which way they've cut the groove. It could be double helical. You know how they make non-inductive resistors, Seth, like with wire wound resistors. Well, you can do the same thing with metal film. There's no reason you can't. So essentially the way they make a non-inductive resistor is it's like a bifilar wound. So it sort of cancels out any induction. Yeah. Seth, I've got an old acoustic amp in with a Mesa style equalizer and Dumble-esque FET input. Jesus. It's a solid Mesa competitor that sucks slightly less than a Mesa. I need to stop taking in work very soon. Why is that, Seth? What, you stopping entirely, or you just need to stop taking work temporarily until you catch up? Yeah, Seth, just regarding the you have to not install 2 tube sockets for the 100-watt version. So I just wanted it, so if people that aren't techs are buying them, Seth, then it says up here what it is. 2-channel 50-watt model, right? So I just wanted to avoid any confusion in ordering, that's all. Because you've got to say up here what it is. So then what, do you text or off the other one? I just wanted it to be unambiguous, essentially. Anyway, so I'm closed today, but last Monday I left the doors open even though I was here. I wasn't supposed to be here. And I think I had like 8 customers, so no one reads the Google opening hours. They just rock up. But I'd really like to have a distraction-free day today, if possible, to get these boards finished and get some quotes and paperwork done. Is this a DSL board you've been working on? This one here is. The ones I was working on yesterday were I think they were DSL 100s from memory. Yeah, they're baked and ready for testing. Cooked them in the oven overnight at 45 Celsius just to get any last hint of moisture out. When I tested the ultrasonic process using my prototype boards, which are sort of like the guinea pig ones, I ultrasonic them and then I washed them with tap water. And then I didn't do the distilled water step as kind of as a test. And I baked them, and it made, like, you could smell the cleaning fluid still. So I ended up taking them out and rinsing them in distilled water as well, and just washing them much more thoroughly. And the last couple of batches, well, the batches of the actual production boards I've done, when I put them in the oven for baking at 45 degrees Celsius, there was no hint of that cleaning solvent smell at all. So that's promising. That's good. It means we got pretty much all of it off, because it is a very pungent, strong smell. Just watch Rift. I think Rift Amps installed the board. Fine job there, Brad. Yeah, I'm glad I'm glad that sorted it out for him. It's good to see he took the leap of faith on the board. And yeah, he does good work, Chris. I'd like to establish some little bit of just communication there, because he's one of the good ones, one of the good techs. And he looks like his amps are very, very beautifully built as well. Kind of old school, but solid as a rock. And yeah, I'd like to get my hands on one and play it, because they look like really nicely built amps. Jesus, Scott, sorry to hear that, mate. So when you say terminal, I assume you mean cancer there, Scott. It's a bastard of a thing. Fucking cancer. And like the good people seem to just cop it all the time, and the worst pricks in the world just seem to live forever. It's like hatred and spite just pickles your soul, and you just live forever and in a horrible state. And all the good fuckers die early. Well, do my bit. I'll get the BOFA on, and I am doing my bit. Oh, heart failure. Fuck. It's different. Sorry, when you said terminal, I assume you meant cancer. Jesus, Scotty. Why is the noise suppression not kicking in? Oh, I think it needs me to talk in order for it to calibrate. Testing, testing. Hey, yeah. I think I need to support these boards. I need my little block. Just pushing the caps down as I solder them, just to make sure they're seated as best as we can before we silicon them. That's another thing I've got to do, silicon all the boards I've washed. I have ultrasonic them with the silicon on there. I was worried that it might take the silicon off, but it didn't affect it at all. But I figure we'll silicon it after the ultrasonic, so it's just the fluid and that can get in everywhere without any restriction. Right, now the bridge rectifier has some really heavy traces on it. It does have thermal isolation pads, so we can solder it without too much trouble, but it does, the bridge itself soaks up a lot of heat. And the big fat traces and pads do as well, so it does take us quite a bit of time to get heat in there. So I just, a little bit of solder on there. Just let it spread, just take its time until it gives a nice fillet. Not too bad. I think this one's the worst one because its trace is really thick. You see it waits for a sec and then just give it a bit more once it's up to temp. And it should wet without too much trouble. Sweet as bro. I'll try and give you some close-up stuff, but I keep forgetting to reframe the camera when I do that, so let's just get rid of some of these leads. This is me just getting into the groove. I'll be faster once I get into the swing of things. Normally I do the valve sockets last, or like second last or something. I do the semiconductors last. Yeah, rift amps, we were just talking about that, Robbie. Yeah, you seem pretty impressed, so that's great. These ones same PCB layout, but same PCB layout, but they're obviously the cooler looking black. And I've been ultrasonic. I got the ultrasonic cleaner just after I sent the boards to Chris, or the board to Chris. So unfortunately, he got one of the he got one with flux still on it. But I think for a professional result, we need to make sure we ultrasonic them all, because they just look so pristine when they're finished. Pristine. Let's make sure the valve sockets are seated. Lazy bastards, take a seat. Had the wood fire going at home for the first night of the of winter. Woke up this morning and it was so nice and warm in the house. It wasn't like hot warm, but it was just, I mean, we've been waking up, and the thing with Australian houses is our insulation is dog shit. Like, you wake up and the house is like 10 degrees Celsius. It's fucking freezing. And wooden floors, we almost never have insulation under the wooden floors. Yeah, I don't know why Australian houses were so lax with their insulation, and a lot of them were built in the late 70s, early 80s, or even late 60s, early 70s. And they just didn't give a shit about insulation. I guess people were tougher back then. Now we're all pussies. Hey, Lyle, how you going? You got a dirty green one. Yes, you did. But you know what that is, Lyle? That's impetus for you to get a larger ultrasonic. Sorry, mate. I should have waited, but I held off ordering an ultrasonic for ages, and then I just made the impulse decision. I'm like, what am I waiting for? The thing's $250 or something. It's like I spend more on a camera lens, and I spend more on dinner and don't even think about it. Spend more on a bottle of whiskey. So I'm just putting a bit of heat into the pads to make sure it flows through the through-hole plating. Darn few people on YouTube as knowledge as Brad Webb is. I don't know about that, Seth. I think you've got it all over me, buddy. There is a solid-state audio engineer who has some really good informative content on how to mix different types of cues to shape tone. Yeah, that'd be cool. Man, when you open up, like, different EQ designs and stuff, the fucking world's your oyster, eh? Everyone just keeps going for the FMV tone stack, but a lot of the Australian early amps were derived from, well, basically hi-fi designs, because the designers were RF and hi-fi guys. So pretty much almost universally, all the early Australian guitar amps all had Baxandall tone stacks or derivatives. Almost like textbook ones too. So you see these weird tone stacks, and they're all drawn a bit fucked up. So to start with, you're a bit confused as to what the hell's going on in the tone circuit. But when you draw it out, you look at the traces, almost invariably they're just a standard Baxandall tone stack. Just drawn a bit silly. Clarity of schematics is key, I believe. You need to have a standardized way of drawing something. If you're putting a certain circuit into play, which is like a well-established circuit, you should draw it like the textbook example, just so people recognize it. Baxandall. Baxandall, is that how you say it? You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Lyle? Baxandall tone stacks, you'd be all across them. You'd be all over them. Like a fat kid on a cupcake. Trainer like the Baxandall. Well, they're a lot more of a theoretical, like, perfect EQ, but the thing is, we don't want theoretical perfect when it comes to guitar amps. That's more suited to studio gear and hi-fi stuff. We love the inefficient FMV tone stacks that by default are somewhat scooped. If you look at the frequency response with them halfway. So some of the transactional, I meant transitional fenders in 61 to 62 with Baxandalls, no schematics, just one-off experiments. Wow. Oh, okay, right. You typed it before I said it. Yeah, the transition periods of Fender were really interesting because there's so much undocumented shit that got released. Fender didn't waste anything. If they had some spare chassis on the shelf or some spare face plates out, they fucking went and they experimented with them. I just love that these days everyone, like, consumers are so well informed that they want to know exactly what everything is. Back then they didn't know what the fuck they were getting. They just, sounds good. Oh, I don't know, here's the money. I had no idea what was in that box, you know. Those are the good old days. Transitional, not transactional, yep. There he goes, Mr. English Major. I had an ultrasonic cleaner take the serial number off an item that legally makes altering it super illegal. Oh, are you talking a gun? Laser etched numbers. It took a laser etched number off. Really? How? I hand stamped the number back over the crappy laser number. Was it laser etched in a finish or like on the surface of a metal? And my next question would be, if it's taken off laser etched numbers, what the fuck power level is your ultrasonic? Must be a beast. Turn it on, the bloody lights dim. Dogs for 20 kilometers howl. Phone corrected me. Yeah, bloody. I honestly think the autocorrect or the autocomplete's getting worse, I think. Like mine, it doesn't matter how many times I write the word cunt, it just always changes it to me. To like core or something. You'd think it would learn by now, eh? It's supposed to be intelligent. What do you tell a phone that's got two black eyes? All right. Just saw AVE put a video out. Michelle was just asking the other day. I ducking hate that. What was the final name for your duck, Lyle? I forget. I think you decided on a name for your fucker duck. What do I want to work on next? I want to make sure, because I'm assessing Michelle's work while I'm going, I just want to make sure everything's seated. She's getting better, but I still want to triple check everything. QC, bro. Or is it QA, quality assurance? Haven't arrived at one. Okay, well, look, let's make that the mission for today's stream. We've got to come up with a name. Okay, so what rhymes with fuck? And has something to do with a duck. Can only think of one item where removing the cereal would be super illegal. Do you guys even care about that even over there? What does it matter? They're fucking everywhere. Who cares if it's got a serial number? You fucking get them with your breakfast cereal. Remember that song Bird Dog? He's a bird dog. Was that like actually a term that people used back then for a bloke that would steal your missus? Quack. Something quack. Everly Brothers here. He's a bird dog. If you got those songs from back then and put a lot of distortion on the guitars, it's pretty much a punk song. What I do want to get is I want to get a calibrated soldering chip thermometer. Hakko make them. They're not cheap. They're like $1,200 or something. It would be good to just calibrate everything. Make sure it's all linked up, all the different soldering irons I've got. Alright, it's looking good, looking good. We've got nice flow to the other side. I think I mentioned I did get a customer send me an email berating my solder connections. And the fact that the solder hadn't flowed through to the other side on every single component. I said, well, for starters, that's not required by Australian New Zealand soldering guidelines standards. I do it anyway on large mass components, but for small stuff, it's not critical, like half watt resistors, quarter watt resistors. And he said all the solder connections look just cold and just bad. He said, like, I'm sorry, but they just look bad. So I sent him back an email. I said, look, I don't know, like, I'll take your face value. Like, I've inspected every one of these boards. Not only that, but I've soldered them myself, and I've inspected them as I've been working on them. Look, I know, of course, I'm going to say they're fine because I'm the retailer. But they are fine. And I don't know how many amps you've worked on with lead-free solder, but that is what lead-free solder looks like when it's properly flowed. So all I can really refer you to is, like, here's some photos of, like, Friedmans and Tone Kings that I've worked on. Everything's lead-free, and they've got similar board designs to me in terms of the pad size and the pad tires. After that, he was good. It was actually, what I'm finding is that I think a lot of people are getting sick of antagonism online, but sometimes they're the ones that start it. And then if you're really careful and even-handed with your response, they actually back down. And like this guy apologized. He said, "Oh, look, I'm sorry. I looked into it, and yeah, I'm happy with the result now. Thanks for getting back to me." And I was like, "Wow, did not expect that. I expected a adversarial fight to the death." But yeah, he was 100% happy, and he emailed me back later on and said, "Look, I've installed the board. It's been in use for several days now, of intense use, and no problems. Thank you very much, and thanks for your good communication." And I was like, I was kind of taken aback. And there's been a few times where people have started out what felt like trolling on YouTube comments. Like they'll say something in a snarky tone, like, "Oh yeah, of course you can't do it any, or of course no one can do it as good as you," or some shit like that. And you go, "Look, here's the reasoning behind what I did. Like, if you think I can do it better, like, just let me know how. Like, I'm pretty open to suggestion." And a few times they've been like, "Oh no, that's cool. I think I'm sorry, I was a bit angry in the last message or whatever. I apologize." And I was really taken aback. I was, really? Someone actually apologized in YouTube comments for their own behavior? Fucking hell. Maybe this is a turning point, champions. Maybe everyone's sick of bullshit every day and horrible behavior to each other. Maybe everyone wants to go back, because people say they want to go back to the old days of, you know, everyone, you know, back in the old days where everyone was polite to everyone and everyone had manners. They say they want that, and then they act like absolute fucking animals to each other. It's like, well, do you really want that? Well, be part of the change you want to see in the world. Like, it starts with you, bro. But maybe there is a bit of a shifting point. People are starting to get a bit tired of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too optimistic. Max Powers. Member for 10-month last one shot. Cappuccino. Mallard the King. That's a good one. So why did it give me a notification? Did you just rejoin Max Powers? Or does it just give me a mad feature thing when... let me look on the actual page. Hang on. Oh, it looks the same. Not sure. Ducking Pollyanna. I fucking detest lead-free solder. When I did use it, I could still get silver bearing lead-free. It was kind of pricey, but a little bit easy to work with. Worth it? Maybe it's marginal. This stuff I've found to be fantastic, Seth. I think the biggest problem with a lot of lead-free solder is the higher melting point means that the flux burns off pretty quick. So adding other metals to lower the melting point is key, and the melting point of this is, it's not far off leaded, so you can sort of use it just like you do leaded. Now, as I said, the finish of the joints, it's probably a bit hard to tell with the high contrast here, but it does have sort of like a white finish, which gets reduced somewhat by the ultrasonic. The ultrasonic almost polishes it a bit. So I think some of that's like the flux. But it doesn't have that shiny leaded look of a really nice leaded solder joint. But it's pretty damn close, man. And to not use lead, it's not so much for my health point of view, but I just don't like having lead in. Like, eventually this will get thrown in the bin. Probably after I'm dead, maybe beforehand. And I don't want lead in landfill if we can avoid it. If there's good options with minimal consequences, I'll go for them. This is a bit where I burn my finger. Making sure the diode's seated. Just trying to give you some close-up action there, champions. It floats pretty well, but see, it goes white after you take, so it's silver, bang, white. Dude, thimble, do all of them at once. What? Thimble? Well, Brad, that's cool. I hope so. Here I seem to see a difference in people too, smiling, holding doors, etc. Just little things. Yeah, I think people do sort of bounce back. It's a bit of a pendulum, eh? People act like massive rabid cunts for a while, and then I think even they get sick of it, because it takes energy to be a hateful fuckwit. Like, all your energy. It must be tiring. I think being friendly is a lot easier, a lot less stressful. I mean, people think Australia is a pretty laid-back, chilled-out place, and that can be the case in some areas, but I personally think Australia is one of the most stressed-out places around, because thanks to corporate greed, cost of living pressures here are pretty dramatically high. So unless you've got a big whack inheritance, you're pretty much pushing shit uphill to have financial security. Using these for a change. Yeah, that Kyoritsu, made in Italy. Just trying to be multicultural with my tool selection. Got some from Japan, some from the US, some from Italy, some from China, some from like a lot of the woodworking tools are from India these days. Like I think the Bessie clamps, made in India. A lot of my fine woodworking tools are made in Canada or Sweden. The carving tools made in Sweden. Most of my machining tools are Sutton, made in Australia. Drill bits, you know, countersinking bits, counter bores, tapping, taps, reamers. I do a bit of like basic sort of hobby shop machining at home. I don't have a lathe or a mill or anything, but you can do a lot with just a drill press and half a brain. Rise Electronics, I remember that name. Are they still around? Thimble. Oh, okay. I mean, you want the car or the dog, but some days you just a thimble. You end up with a thumb up, yeah. Is that it? Yeah, there it is. I should probably there is a bit of a bowel cancer trend happening these days, and they're not sure why. I was reading the other day, and they're saying, oh, it could be microplastics, could be all the additives in our food, could be highly processed stuff, and the fact that everything we eat's got like nitrites and stuff in it because it's all preserved. So they're saying that You should probably lower the age of starting to get bowel cancer checks down to like 45 instead of 50. So, yeah, in a couple of years, I'll be able to get a finger up the bum for free. That'll be fun. Normally have to pay for that. Yay, free healthcare. I guess they figure it's cheaper to catch it early than it is to deal with the treatment later. From a purely financial point of view. You feel like a wheelbarrow. Feel like a wheelbarrow, but I couldn't eat a whole one. Spin around. I'll pop the valve sockets in. Then we can do the semis. I'm waiting on one capacitor and I think two capacitors are on order. Somehow I ran out. I think I fucked up the bill of materials on the last order. The mouse and tools can be a bit twitchy in that respect. Hey Martin, how you going, legend? Oh, nearly midnight. Oh, don't do it to me. Just finishing with the Isla malt. God damn it. Oh, you can avoid the burns. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, silicon. Just go with it. I got calluses from playing guitar, so it's not the end of the world. Hemi, semi, demi, quaver. I'm not sure why you said that, but it is fun to say. Eric, how you going, legend? Oh, Richard, I didn't see you here. How you going, legend? See the lens distortion makes me look like a cone head when I go up into the corner. Yeah, thimble. I don't think I've ever owned a thimble. Valve sockets. What I will do, while I'm here, some of these pretty fat traces here for the HT. Soak up a bit of heat, so I just next run I'll just sit on those diodes a bit longer and it'll flow through from the other side. In the meantime, just hit them up from this side a bit. Like I say, the flux will get cleaned off by the ultrasonic, so you won't know. No one's the wiser. Later's on. Now, eventually, I'll keep making these, and eventually there'll be a point where the demand will tail off. And after that, I'll probably just sell the bare boards, maybe with a link to a bill of materials so you can build your own as they become less profitable to manufacture. I have seen there are other manufacturers working on the design, but I haven't seen any in production ready for sale yet. So there probably will, maybe, I don't know, probably be some more on the market soon from other manufacturers. Having said that, some of the stuff that they're giving us updates on, I was a bit curious about. Like one of them said, oh, he upgraded the heater fuses to 3 amp. I'm like, well, why? Okay, for starters, it's not the fuse itself that fails, it's the fucking fuse holder on the board that fails. Second, since when do you need fuses on the heater? Especially individual ones per valve. Like, this is like the only amp I can ever think of that even has that. It's really not necessary. Yeah, I don't know. So that makes me think maybe they're just copying the Marshall board directly. If they are copying the Marshall board directly, I'm not sure why it's taken them 12 months to design the board. Yeah, I do like the look of the black boards, Andy? So there is an aesthetic thing to it too. I mean, people do shop with their eyes. And a lot of metalheads use these amps. So more blacker is more betterer. So for the next revision, I think I'll change the FETs to surface mount, maybe the Darlingtons as well. And I will change all these to bridge rectifiers. So there's just one package. I don't have to fuck around with the diodes. Few of the caps I might change their orientation so they're all facing the same way. So when I do release the DIY boards, it's less likely people will fuck up the cap orientation if they're all pointing the same way. And if they do have a problem, they can shoot me a photo and I'll see just at a glance if they've got a cap back to front, because they'll all be pointing the same way, or should be. Do you like my photo I put up for the thumbnail? I got one of the boards. I had the overhead lighting, or you know, this thing up here, and then I also put the new little Chuchi lights, one of them orange off to the side to give you a bit of highlight. Wrong cap orientation is factory correct. Yeah, remember that board where they put, of all caps that they fucked up, they put the bias caps the wrong way around, or one of them. Jesus, if you're gonna get one right, get that one right. Jeez. So, next thing. Just, g'day Mad Techie, how you going? Just critiquing Michelle's work. So she hasn't seated these film caps properly, they've got too much movement. So I'll go through and do all the box caps at the front end there. Just getting better, but yeah, it takes a level of OCD that either people don't have or takes a while to learn. So before I test these, I just go through and inspect them one to one. So I've got a known good board where I've inspected everything 3 times over and tested it and no issues. And then I visually check every component on the boards going out to make sure that they are all A, the correct value, B, in the right orientation, C, actually present, before I even go ahead with testing, just to make sure if I have done anything silly, I pick it up in that stage. And there has been like 1 or 2 caps the wrong way around when I'm not paying attention, or my phone rings, or so. Yeah, QC champions is just an ongoing battle. It's what I often told people in the joinery industry is, it's not what you fuck up, it's how you fix it and what you do to make sure it doesn't happen again. So yeah, QC is all about that. QC was with OCD. Now I can see there's those 2 other holes there. Therefore, if you can't get the cap the same lead spacing, I've just baked in a little bit of redundancy there. So what I'll do is I'll just tin them, because at a glance I want to be able to look at the boards and make sure everything's populated. And if I see any hint of gold anywhere, that's the original untouched pads, then that's a little red flag to my brain that there's a missing part there. So I'll just tin them as well. We'll fill a hole as well, why not? Any hole's a goal. And that way when I check the boards, once they are fully populated, I'll be able to look over the board quickly and go, oh, there's a missing cap, there's gold, oh, there's a missing transistor, there's a missing diode, transistor, transistor. You've got some vias, because they're they don't have an actual pad. Well, they do, but it's silk screened. They don't immediately draw your eye in. So if there's any gold left, you know that you've missed some components, basically. So if I tin everything on the 3-channel board, there was connector 16 down here, which I think was used for development or testing in the factory. And it hasn't been used on any board any amp that I've ever seen. So I removed it. It was never on the channel 2 version, but it was on the channel 3 version I removed it on the Channel 3 version, but it's still got the footprint there. So in that case, I tin those pads because I know I'm not putting a connector there, and then when I glance at the board, there's no gold at all on the bottom side. So sounds very time consuming. It is, Richard, and that's why I think some of the other manufacturers that are designing a board, designing at the time this board felt like a massive task, but designing was like 1/10 of the task. Actually QCing the things, managing the bill of materials, managing ordering, having the cash to order, like dropping 10 grand in 1 week, or in 1 day on all the parts and the boards. And having the nous to follow it through is the hard bit. Actually designing the things was actually pretty easy in comparison. So I think best of luck to them, but I think they'll be in a bit of a rude shock when they realise how much commitment these fucking things take. But, you know, I'm a weirdo, so I enjoy it, and it's actually kind of meditative making these things. It's my relaxing time. I don't feel like this is work. This feels like fun to me, especially when I'm chatting with you, champions. This is like literally Zen work for me. I love it. Know what I got to do. Do the thing, repeat. Do the thing, repeat. It's fun. It's good. I love it. QC, nitpicking on everything. You know I love doing that shit. I do it in every video. Much to everyone's chagrin. Is that how you say it? Chagrin? I've got to tell you, champions, I don't watch much TV, but Shell and I, in winter, you know, you don't want to go anywhere. You want to curl up on the couch when you get home. So we started watching. I hate watching series, but I think the reason I hate watching series is because they're all just so corny and shit. Like, I couldn't watch, what was it called? White Lotus. It was so cringe, and the acting was so forced and shit. And they all, you could tell all the roles were written by the same fucking person, because they all spoke the same way, and it was completely unrealistic. I hate series because everything just feels so fake. And just completely unrealistic. But I think I realized that I just hate watching American TV. So, we started watching a series which has got all the old TV actors we grew up with, all the old comedians from Comedy Factory and from the Comedy Company and Fast Forward and Full Frontal, all the old stand-up comedians, and all the people I grew up with, basically, all the people we saw at stand-up shows and the comedy festivals. And they're all in the one show, all bouncing off each other. It was like the chemistry was fucking unreal. And it's got Kitty Flanagan as the star, and she's a fucking legend. Both as a stand-up and as an actor. So we watched this series called Fisk, F-I-S-K. So it's about basically a disgraced lawyer who ends up at a shitty firm because that's the only job she can get. But she ends up kicking ass, and just hilarious. It's based in Melbourne. And it's super realistic. So I'll just show you this. Fisk. So it's on ABC iView. There's Kitty Flanagan, fucking legend. It's got Marty Sheargold in it, who's a DJ. It was a DJ for Triple M, just like a footy head and a funny comedian. But he is, I had no idea he's such a good actor. He is so good in that. I didn't realize he did stand-up. I knew he was a radio broadcaster and comedian, but I didn't know, you know, I guess he's a comedian. Of course he did stand-up. But Glenn Butcher, I haven't seen him on TV for years, like decades. And he has got one of the best roles in it. Julia Zamiro, she is fucking hilarious in it. She's on Rock Wiz, which is a TV show, which is basically a music-based trivia show that's on ABC all the time. You guys have got to watch ABC, seriously. I think you would be blown away by how good the quality of the shows on iView is. And it's all state-funded. It's all like government-funded TV. It's fucking fantastic. But yeah, if you get a chance, I don't know if you guys can access it without a VPN in the US, but jump on ABC iView and watch Fisk. There's only 3 seasons. There's only a few episodes per season, but it's hilarious. It's got bloody Carl Barron in it. It's got all the stand-up comedians from Australia, and it's so good. Let me just put a link up and see if you guys can access it from the US. But yeah, I'm a bit upset now because we reached the end of the series, and now they haven't made a new one yet. But the last one was like October 2024, so they might be working on a new one. I'm not sure. Time will tell, I guess. They sort of left it not on a cliffhanger, but they left it with like clearly more scope for the story to progress. Danish for fish, yeah. Fisk. But yeah, it's a lutefisk. Yeah, that's the fermented shit, eh? I'm pretty keen to try that fermented shark, the Hakko. Watched a documentary on how they make it, and it's actually really interesting. And the family traditions and stuff. They say that you bury it under the ground, but they don't do that anymore. They like have a aging shed for it. But yeah, I'll have to try that one day. I want to get over there. I want to do the Route 1 in Iceland. Yeah, I think it's very intelligent humor. It's very tongue-in-cheek and very dry humor. And it's kind of rapid fire. Like, you got to be switched on to watch it. There's many people I know who would probably sit down and watch it and they get about 20% of the jokes. I think, but, you know, Icelandic piss shark. Yeah. Well, it's not, they don't piss on it, but it's the what am I trying to say? The ammonia that is a natural product of the fermentation does smell like piss. What I'll do is I'll just grab... So the way I line up the sockets, because there is a little bit of play in the sockets, if you have them too tight, it's just, there's not enough tolerance there. CBS Australia or ABC Australia? Yeah, ABC Australia, Australian Broadcasting Corporation. If you open strumming, you need to do it in a sink full of water submerged. Yeah, a lot of people don't realise that, Scotty. You open it under the water, and that absorbs all the gases. Morning, Dad. How you going? Yeah, MASH was great. I saw Hot Lips Houlihan just Houlihan just passed away the other week. Yeah, the actress. Didn't realise she was like 90 or something. Like, fuck. That's the problem, man. Like, growing up where, like, you were around for the birth of colour TV, now all the people you used to watch in super realistic television are all starting to pop their clogs, mate. I'll just touch up these shitty things on the bias board. That's leaded solder, so I've just gone back to leaded for a second. Loretta Swift. Is that a typo or is that her actual name? There goes a pad. Must have already had a crack there. That's only the sense socket. We don't use that anyway. Silly fucking thing it is. Might just remove it entirely, eh? Since one of the pads is gone. Bigger tip, really? I don't know. Fucking silly anyway. We don't measure cathode resistors around here. That was a name. That was their actual name. Okay. You met her once, really, Andy? Wow. Was that like a fan meetup thing or what? Just change my exposure there. I toned it back a bit because the black boards, it was trying to overexpose everything. I was supposed to go for a run this morning. I was going to force myself, but I want to get these done. I hate having unresolved shit floating over my head. So I'll get these done. I'll go for a run tonight. I want to get a six-pack, champions. I only had one like once in my life. When I was about 24, 5, 6. I want to get super fit this summer. It's not like I've been out of shape. Like I've sort of got that meaty, resilient sort of body. But I'd like to lose a bit of the meatiness. Went to college with a friend's mum. Really? Wow. I started on bass. The first song I learned was the Barry Miller theme. When do you mean you started on Barney Miller theme? Sorry. Did you mean you started on bass just recently, Rob? Or are you saying back when you did? Need to try some podcasts. Is that how you say it? In Denmark, old stinky cheese rinds in brandy. You just keep topping it up till it goes all gloopy. Fucking hell. I am pretty adventurous with the old... See, it looks a bit overexposed now. I am pretty adventurous with the old... and my hands come in and they look like ghosts. With the weird foods and stuff. Got a couple of friends and family who are like... autism level fucking... I call them child tongue. Where they don't eat anything but like chicken schnitzels and chips. Like if you gave them like a handgun or a beautiful plate of like barbecued squid, they'd take the gun. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I think you've really got to, if you coddle yourself in that position, and you never explore your boundaries, and like if you don't eat at least one thing every couple of months that almost makes you gag, I don't think you're living. To be honest, that's a hot take, I know, but I think it's true. You should challenge yourself. And I'm not talking about just eating shit that's rotten. I mean, I mean like established cultural. See, that's overexposed now. I was right. Let's go down one stop. Yeah, you should challenge yourself in what you eat. Because, like, before I met Shell, like when I met Shell, I couldn't eat sashimi. It made me like gag. Couldn't handle the texture. And it wasn't like the fishy smell or anything, because fresh sashimi doesn't smell like anything. It like almost basically has no smell. If your sashimi smells like strongly like fish, don't fucking eat it because it's off. So I'm just sitting on these until it sort of pops down. You can see that it's passed through to the other side, and there's coverage on the pad on the other side, so we've got good mechanical connection to each pin. There's nothing wrong with circuit boards, champions. It's just no one ever does this stuff. If you do this, circuit board's just as strong as an eyelet, if not stronger. And then what I'll do is I'll go through, now the solder joins are kind of flush with the board with a tiny fillet, but I'm just mechanically securing the board at the moment. Then I'll flip it over, inspect the other side of the socket, make sure that everything's flowed through to the other pad on the other side of the board. And then I'll come through and give it a bit more just on this side, just to create more of a fillet. And then we'll be done. But yeah, one thing Chris did mention was maybe the the valve sockets are a little bit hard to align with the screws. You got to back the screws off a bit and just that's sort of general practice anyway. Like when you're assembling something, just get everything in, not even finger tight, just loose. And then once everything's aligned and all the screws are inserted and hand turned a couple of turns, that's when you can go through and start to torque stuff down, you know. But I think maybe that batch I wasn't using the actual tray to align the valve sockets. So here the sockets are actually in the tray, and I'm holding the board down with downward pressure while I'm soldering. So that should have everything perfectly aligned. Hey Chris, how you going? Just a random shit talking stream while I'm making boards and critiquing Michelle's work. She soldered all the resistors, Weimer caps, the connectors. And the last process she did before we gave up yesterday was inserting all the electrolytics and the diodes and the power resistors. Alright, so aside from the semiconductors down there and the C48, which I've got to order, and the C16, which I've got to order, which I have ordered, I'm waiting for them to turn up. This board's complete. So aside for those 60 things that aren't complete, this board's complete. Just, as I said, I'll just put a bit more solder on those valve sockets. Let's give you a bit of a zoom in action. Test my camera kung fu. So we've checked that it's flowed through to the other side. So now I'm just giving a little bit more to create a fillet on every pin. Just make sure everything's flowing nicely. And the solder connections will look good once they're ultrasonicked. And then we'll piss it off and get on to the next one. A bit paranoid that people are going to come and bash on the door today because the van's out the front. Should have parked it out the back or something. It's not that I'm trying to hide from customers. It's just I need some days to just like, because we worked all weekend. Like we knocked off at 7 p.m. yesterday on a Sunday. So I need at least one day, even though I am technically working, need at least one day to sort of unwind. And the way I unwind, champions, is doing Zen work with the boards and chatting to you legends. Sad, I know. All right. So one thing I might do is just put a note in with future boards, just saying I did notice on Chris's video, and I'd say he would have addressed it before he installed it, but some of the resistors and stuff have been pushed over a little bit during shipping, or maybe when he unwrapped it, he might have picked the board up and squashed that resistor over. I noticed that resistor was pushed over. There's nothing near it, not even a ground plane, so it's not the end of the world, but it is lifted, so if a valve, in the event, unlikely event, but in the event that a valve goes short circuit, it will isolate itself from the board a bit. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he would have assessed that before he, I mean, he's a tech, he knows that stuff, so. Richard, I've never used lead-free. Can it be reworked more than leaded? Well, not that it can be reworked more or less. It can be reworked the same amount of time, but you just got to use the same solder. So if you've got a leaded solder joint and you're trying to reflow it with lead-free, it's going to end up with a crusty weird. The alloys don't play nice together. So you've got to clean it off completely and then reapply the new solder, and vice versa. If you've got a modern produced board that's got lead-free solder and you're reworking it with leaded, you have to clean off all the solder on that joint extract it, and then start again with the lead-free stuff, leaded stuff, sorry. I've been up a ladder, scraping paint in the sun. That's not fun. There's a lot of processes to make a finished board. Yeah, there is. And like I say, everyone sees dollar signs with these boards, but there's a lot of work, man. And if you're into it to make a quick buck, I can think of a lot of better ways to make money. But like I say, I enjoy it, and I know I'm weird, but it's fun. It's fun to me. Which is kind of what it has to be. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to bring yourself to do it. All right, let's start with the big Mamba Jamba bridge rectifier for the DC heaters on V1 and V2. Yeah, but one day I might get sick of making them, and then I might just fucking throw the board designs up there for free. It might... Maybe I shouldn't do that, though, if other people are still making them and trying to make money off them. But there will come a time where demand will dwindle for these things. After using the Hakko, the paste does feel a bit agricultural. It's got the big ass barrel. It's a pretty old school station, this one. It's the MBT... Which one is it? PBS-80E. No one forces you to live in Arizona, but you have great gas station burritos, so there's that. Yeah, I wonder what our summer's going to be like. I do enjoy the heat, but I wonder if we've got another La Nina for the 6th year in a row. It's got to finish sometime. La Nina is fantastic because you get cooler summers and higher than average rainfall. Of course, that's sometimes combined with flooding in some areas, but we just try not to live there, eh? But like I say, it's been La Nina cycle for coming up to the 6th year. And it can't last forever. We're going to have to go back to drought at some point, because that seems to be the cycle in Australia. Drought, flood, drought, flood. What are those leads for? Oh, power resistor. Shit. Leads aren't quite taut enough. Just finished the Champ Kit rebuild. How'd you go? All good results, I hope. Push the relay down. Hey, just watched Rift Amps video. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. There you go, Wes. A bit of hay fever, champions. Must need more coffee. Yeah, the kit was pretty bad. Lasted the guy about an hour before giving up the magic smoke. So I rebuilt the board with quality parts, new tube sockets, new metal pilot, new RCA jack. What let out the smoke? Was transformer didn't fail, did it? Did I answer your email, Wes? I forget. I think Lyle got in touch with you, but can't remember if I answered you directly. If not, I will. Or have a quick chat. I was thinking about doing Discord today. Do any of you guys use Discord? Because you can do a video chat or just a chat, like audio chat. So that way I wouldn't have to look at the screen. I can just be working away and talking. But I figured all you old bastards probably don't even know what Discord is. I did. Okay, right. So was that one of those like Amazon kits or like eBay kits there, Wes? Or was it like a proper Mojo Tone or something kit? Oh, we've got good flow to the other side. That trace is fatter, so I'll go back. Oh, you're just looking. I'm just doing free advertising for BOFA at the moment. Oh, you use Discord for work? Wow, you must have a pretty switched on workforce then. Yeah, I didn't use Discord for ages. But then I started realizing it's a good alternative to like Zoom and shit. You don't have to pay anyone. Seeing how much heat these things take before it flows to the other side. Didn't we try Discord here one time? No, I don't think so. I put up a Discord link for just chat. Like, you can type on it like it's a chat group. So maybe that's what you're thinking about. But we haven't done like a online sort of chat thing. I suppose we could. We could try it. Let me just have a look if I've installed it on this laptop. I know it's on my one at home because that's mainly where I use it after hours. Discord? Maybe I don't have it on here. Oh, it's just a website. I don't think it's an app on the computer. Discord. I'll have to get my earphones for this. In my bag still? Buy Nitro, get a month on us. No, fuck off. Alright, yeah, I'm logged in. 12th of the 7th. Oh, scope on the reverb return was rough. Jesus, Maxi. Alright, so people have been posting, which is great. I've unfortunately been too busy to follow it at all. Let's have a look. Oh, hang on. You probably can't use the mic at the same time as OBS is using it. I think maybe that's why I didn't. Let's see if it works. Has that cut off my audio to OBS? Open voice. Testing. Hey, yeah. No, don't open KiCad. Fuck. I just clicked the wrong button, sorry. Remind me later, fuck off. Man, KiCad's up to version 9. Does it let anyone on the channel with permission talk in real time? Yeah, that's the whole goal. So we can just chat. And I think it's working. I think it's feeding off both mics at once. And I should be able to talk in real time on video. There will be a delay, so if you are watching me, you'd have to mute YouTube. But it will be feeding off desktop audio. So it will be in sync on the YouTube chat, but you guys have to mute YouTube and just listen to Discord if you're on it. But if you're just watching along and you're not chatting, just keep watching YouTube and you should be able to hear everyone. We'll just do a quick test to make sure it works. Because that would be nice to not have to look at a screen. I'll still look occasionally for those not joining in on Discord, but I've been meaning to test this for a while just to see how it does. Let's try it out. I'll give you a link in a minute once I've set everything up. Be good to have the noise reduction so I don't listen to BOFA all the time. Discord shows you have no friends. New audio device detected. Don't switch. Okay. Let's do a test. Input volume, output device, Realtek. Yes. Input device. Sony. Alright. Invite friends. Or send a server invite link to a friend. Copy the link. Let's try it out, eh? Okay, you ready for the link? Not sure if it's going to work, so bear with me. But try that out. And we'll see how we go. Hello? There we have a Wes. Right, let me unmute Wes. Oh, you gotta unmute yourself, brother. I don't know how to go back to the different view. Oh, there we go. Right, we got you, Wes. We've got audio there, but I can't hear it. So why can't I hear it? We got Rob. Can I unmute you? No. You need to unmute yourself, guys. Desktop audio should be working. So I'm hearing the sound effects, but I'm not hearing people speaking. Lyle's there. I didn't know you had Discord, Lyle. User volume. Voice and audio settings. Voice. Output. Oh, there we go.
Check.
All right, I can hear you now. Sorry. There's a problem on my end. So that's tricky. Now I'm not sure that I can... desktop audio properties. Sorry, just let me figure out some stuff at this end, champions. There we go. Okay, let's try that now. So give us some audio, some of you legends.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you.
Awesome.
Let's get the volume up though. So just crank up your gain if you can.
There's an option that says deafen.
Deafen, there you go. Sounds good. All right, people are coming and going. I think they're getting frustrated and leaving. You have to unmute your mic, champions. Desk share.
Deafen, there you go.
Alrighty. Am I here?
Yep, you're the loudest of them all, as usual.
It says my voice is connected.
Yep, I can hear you. So just remember to mute your YouTube feed, because I'm hearing a massive delay there on my vocals, because the stream has a massive latency of like 30 seconds.
Okay, there I am. It's just not in real time.
No, it's not. So you've got to mute YouTube if you're going to chat.
Yeah, I'm about to mute it. Yeah, I'm doing it. Now that it's down, I'll do this.
And your voice sounds as good as it does on your videos.
Yeah, he's got
it's the exact same goddamn setup.
He's got all the processing before it even makes it in the box.
That's video. Set up a camera in a second so I can be pretty too.
Oh, you can do cameras.
If I can. Promises.
I might just piss off YouTube and go over here.
The champ.
Hey. I don't think I can have two cameras at once though. Let me use my shitty camera for Discord. Default. Integrated camera. You get my laptop camera.
There's the rebuild.
Ah. I love
my hands are so freaking huge. It's so hard to work with this thing.
I love watching you guys figure out technology. It's hilarious.
Wes,
How are we,
is that
legends?
the champ kit?
Yeah.
Sweet.
I mean, overall, it's not terrible, but all of the components that came on the board were pretty much junk.
Yeah.
And one of the only thing I could find that seemed like it was burned was this cap in the middle, this 8 microfarad.
8 microfarad. So that was one of the filter caps.
Out. Yeah, and when I pulled it out and measured it with my ESR meter, it was only half a microfarad.
Yeah, right.
And the ESR was like 2.7 meg.
What was the voltage rating on the cap?
Did he forget to solder a ground?
400 volts.
400. Yeah, so that would have been cut. That would have been probably under voltage then.
Well, yeah. The thing that's weird about this, because it uses one of these guys.
Ah, the Weber cap.
Solid state rectifiers. The B plus is like 425.
Yep. Well, that'll do it. That'll let the smoke out every time.
So I got 450 volt caps, and
so did the kit come with that solid state rectifier? Did it?
Yeah, it's a Weber kit, and that's a Weber part. So
that's hilarious. They've given you all the stuff you need to blow up your own amp.
Well, and not only that, we had to drill the chassis because none of the bolts fit.
Ah, seriously?
And the worst part was the the hole in the chassis for the RCA connector was 3/8 inch, but
Yeah.
the RCA connector was 1/4 inch.
Yeah, so they've got the cheap shit. They've got an off the shelf chassis, I reckon, and then they've just added the cheapest components possible, and nothing fits. Because those 1/4 inch ones are way cheaper than the Switchcraft. Because I think Switchcraft are the only ones that make the 3/8 RCAs, and of course Switchcraft are expensive, but they're good, but they're expensive. So they've cut corners to try and cut the price down, I reckon. But I've heard off everyone that Weber kits are shit, and just to stay away from them. So
Yeah, I mean, there's like all of the resistors are like different brands and
yeah,
different sizes, and they're all
when you get these
none of
fucking
them measured
things,
even
oh
close.
Jesus, when you get these things, bags of these things, they're
Yeah,
they look like 1 watt metal fill, but they're like half or 1/4 watt, and they're massive packages, and they're just generic, no name shit off. I don't even know why I've got them. I should throw them in the bin.
yeah. I kind of wonder if they just ordered a bunch of them all off of Amazon.
I reckon that's probably what happened, mate. Yep.
Wes, did you go to that workshop?
Yeah, I
Uh-huh.
How was that?
Go for it.
Was it
did. It
fun?
was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Colleen's really chill, and Pat's
Oh,
really
that was
nice.
Colleen's,
They
yeah.
obviously know a lot. Yeah, they felt really bad about this because they were going to order the amplified parts kits, which are really nice, but amplified parts couldn't get enough kits together in time for the class, so they had
Well-
to scramble around to try to find somebody that had enough kits, and I guess
think-
Weber was the only one.
But wouldn't the logical conclusion be to make your own kit? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm
guess.
thinking about doing an amp class, but everything's going to be BGG, man. Like, the chassis is going to be laser cut, custom. The PCBs will be designed by me. Everything will be proprietary. But yeah, I get the idea behind, because a lot of people want to make a classic amp, and the Champ's obviously the first one to make. But yeah, I'd be sourcing my own stuff. I wouldn't be trusting someone to supply finished kits, because not only that, but you're not making money then, because the kits, they put a margin on everything. Whereas if you're supplying all the parts individually, you can order in bulk and then part out the kits, and you've made some money there too. So whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the class was like $1,100, so it's not like.
Sorry, phone call.
I can't imagine these kits for more than $300.
Talk to you later.
I mean, how many parts are there in a Champ? Like 30?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. It's not,
Yeah,
not much.
and none of them are particularly specialized either.
I think the worst part for me was that the eyelet board, a lot of the eyelets were loose.
Oh, really?
So people
In the
were,
board
like,
itself?
saw-
In the board itself?
And then
That's the
Oh,
eyelet
the
board from CE. They're terrible.
Ah, really?
The eyelets are not. They're not like crimped down tight enough. I ordered one from there and it's
and
Gotcha.
they're too small. You can't. I mean, you got to fit 4 component leads in one of those eyelets, the stages on the board, and you can't do it.
Testing.
Yeah,
1,
gotcha.
2,
Lyle.
3. This is Andy.
I'm getting a pretty
This
hectic
is-
echo off someone.
Is it me?
I don't know. Is it?
Testing.
Once.
Testing.
It's not.
1,
No,
2,
it's not Lyle.
3.
This is some
I think
not
this is
crappy,
why people don't do this stuff.
quality, but let's see. Is there a mirror settings?
I've had
This
to
is
turn...
Andy 1966.
Andy!
There it is. Andy, you got the echo.
Ah, Andy's got the echo. Got a set of headphones there, Andy?
Well, I'm just going to be backwards today.
It's all right, mate.
That's all right.
No different to usual.
Are you backwards?
No, you look normal to us.
I thought you had a stogie for a second because of the smoke. Your soldering
I
iron.
do have one, but not on me. I could show it, but I'll probably get flagged by YouTube.
Oh, I had the volume turned down. Now I can hear you.
There you go.
I thought I was going to be showing. I thought you guys would be seeing the debut of my new better camera, and no, not at all.
Which? Oh, did you get a new camera? What'd you get?
Yeah, I got the FX-30.
Hey, FX-30 man.
Yeah, man.
Fuck
Bro,
yeah.
tired of me quote whinging about your A6700, so I decided to leapfrog you in the queue. So
Yeah, fucking overtook me, you bastard.
of course, it's all washed out here. So
Yeah, well, yeah,
swings and roundabouts.
you're currently looking at a laptop integrated camera here, so because I'm streaming as well, I can't use both at once. Actually, why am
I've
I?
got this fancy new iPhone. I could have used this, but then I would look like an Oompa Loompa. So
Got the
I mean,
That's my
on my screen, my
P51.
camera looks actually really good. I'm kind of surprised. 'Cause it's
I just
the
have
one
a
in my
Logitech cam.
Logitech, yeah.
I can tell.
Ooh, camera snob.
I don't.
Well, not that you can tell it from here.
This-
Actually, I
this is
know
the most
mine
exciting
is
thing
by
I've
far
ever
the best of the bad bunch here. So yeah.
So have you've
What are you
clearly
rolling
had
there, Wes?
I just have an iMac.
that looks
There you go.
alright.
Yeah. I find I've got a MacBook here. If I were to open it up, for whatever reason, the crappy webcam in the 2020 MacBook Plus does better with colors indoors than the one in the 16 Pro. So outdoors, this thing is great, but you got to do some.
Yeah.
If you use this as a webcam, you can't do the any white balance with it, and it's just like, okay, everyone needs to be orange. So
Yep.
Yeah, you'd think they would have come up with like an app
Really
that can
cool,
do that.
guy.
Yeah, it is.
what's that?
I was just saying, you think they would have come up with an app that can do white balance, but no.
Well, you can if you're not using it to live stream, but as soon as
Yeah.
you use this as the camera for your, without doing an HDMI thing,
Live streaming's where everything falls over, eh? You can do all the built-in camera apps are fine. They all do everything you need, but as soon as you need to live stream, there's just all your features are gone. I don't know if it just takes so much
Yeah.
processing power or what, but
well, I think it's just that most people don't know the damn difference, and they're going to put on like a background blur and a skin
Yeah.
smoother and
tell me about it.
emojis whenever you do this, all that stuff. And I'm like,
Yeah. I just set up a camera, the GX85.
Yeah, little RCP
Oh, wow.
connectors.
Yeah, that's
It's
pretty.
There you
plastic.
go.
That's not great, is
And
it?
see this little pack board that's got the little 2 screw holes in it? This
That's
thing is
plastic
too
too.
small for that 3/8 inch hole. So
Yeah.
you have to put 2 screws on either side of it to hold it in place.
Yeah.
This nut that's on the back barely touches the chassis. So I think probably what happened was it lost its ground reference.
Oh, for
And
that, and that's the
Maybe
speaker. Yeah, of course.
transformer started smoking.
I just put a socket there. I don't use RCA for speakers. Fuck that.
1/4 inch.
Yeah, I tried to talk him into a 1/4 inch, but he's like, "Well, I want it to be like my," because he actually has a real 1960 Champ.
Careful,
And he
Wes.
wanted to build one
You
in
are
the
you are
class.
live streaming. He can probably hear you.
Oh, no, he's
Just a
chicken, he's not
reminder.
watching.
Don't put on the customer voice. Oh, I did this and then.
by the way, that for those of you who watch my stuff, which is most of you, I think, Verizon is fixing their shit.
Oh, good stuff.
Most of the areas that I want to do the history stream are working. I'm waiting for the neighborhood where Stax is to be fully up. It's still
mad.
intermittent there, but they're fixing them. So I'm getting between 4,000 and 6,000 kilobytes now, as opposed to 100. So
That's good.
I've got my
Oh, that's
ND filter on my iPhone ready to go. The time
Alright.
eventually comes.
Good stuff. I'm looking
That's
forward
great.
to that.
When I was in Memphis, I went to Sun, and I did the tour, and it was awesome.
I'm
loved it.
friends
It
with a
was
bunch of the
great.
kids who do that tour. I'm gonna see if I can get like not the full tour, but aspects of the tour
Just done
and the
something to
things
my
that are a
phone.
little bit more in depth
There
for
we
for a interview for the channel. Like, everyone's Elvis, and Johnny Cash. That's great, and I love both. Well, I don't love Elvis at all. Johnny Cash, I respect a lot, but like Rocket '88, the first example of distorted guitar You know, Alan Wolf. You know, let's talk about that.
Alan Wolf was there, yeah.
Even
that'd be
Pop
cool.
Mom
Show,
Lincoln, you know, he
show some
was
of the amps they have.
crazy.
And,
Well, I know which amps they have because I worked on them all.
Yeah.
right?
If you ever go and do a session at Sun Studio, ask for the 56 or the 58 Deluxe for yourself, unless you're playing bass, in which case you want the 65, 64. I don't remember which. B15. Yeah.
Oh, Ampeg.
Those are the ones to use there.
Nice.
about that?
Yeah.
I've got a feeling I'll never
'Cause
be recording at Sun
I've been
Studios.
all
So.
up in those. Oh, not with that skinny little pick you use, no.
Not with not with that attitude.
They have a thickness security guard when you come in the door.
Yeah, they got a.
Sorry,
It's like when
Jared.
you. I've actually got a 1.14 mil.
I have to go in the tourist entrance with you guys, and usually I just go knock on the back door and let into the control room. But you know,
Ah, nice. That's awesome.
They have like old pull techs and stuff I've done for them too.
Ooh,
So
yeah.
it's a small but mighty setup.
I remember when you had that pull tech on the bench, and I was trying to get you to do a video, but I think you weren't comfortable with doing it because it was theirs or something. Was that the case, or you just busy?
I think I just didn't have time to do a video on
Yeah.
it that week. You know, there are times I think you can relate. There are times when it's like I can do a video or I can get paid and be able to eat.
Yeah,
And you know, you do get paid a little bit for the videos, but it's a little bit, and it's eventually
it's a very
you
little
get
bit.
paid up front
Yeah,
a larger amount for doing the work on old pull techs for studios. So
I'm seeing a couple of other YouTubers getting upset about not making enough money or not getting the hits they used to get. Like people, there's all this discourse about death of guitar-based YouTube, that kind of thing. But I don't know. I think if you're trying to make your entire living off YouTube, there's a fundamental problem there. It's just don't.
it is a big gamble.
Yeah, don't be trying to do that.
No.
It
I mean-
can be done, but it takes a lot of dedication.
Yeah,
No, for
it's
every Beato or for every Paul Davids, there are 1,000 people who are sure it
Exactly.
was going to work.
yeah.
Right.
And
You need to be crazy enough to want to do it
part
in
of
the first
it,
place.
part of it is that guitar YouTube skyrocketed while everyone was trapped at home and bored with COVID.
Exactly, yeah. And everyone thought that was going to keep happening, but no.
Yeah, I don't know how algorithm favored me.
It's your voice,
I
man.
have
Your
not
voice,
done any of the. Thanks, man. But I've not done any of the things that do this to get. I was like, put your face in every thumbnail. My face is in any thumbnails practically.
Yeah, I did one and it
Clickbait.
probably
no.
did worse.
Why you made it, Law?
Yeah, with a face like
Say that,
that.
Andy?
I didn't mean it that you were lying. Ugly. I was just saying because you didn't do it by the formula.
Yeah, that's
you know,
right,
and
yeah.
the amps are the center of it, not you.
Mm.
Well, yeah, and I think I tried to make the focus, aside from the live streams where people are asking me questions and I have to be there, most of the time in the amp videos, it's my hands and more or less my objective opinions based on reality that I've observed that's repeatable and describable and predictable and holds up to any kind of scrutiny. But I also try very hard and have been to, make sure you see the damn thing really well and you hear the damn thing really well. And it sounds like what that amp actually sounds like in the room, and as much as possible to get better players than me in for it. So,
That's not easy
and
to
then
do.
people still bitch about that. I get Logan Hanna in who can riff for 30 minutes straight. Original idea. Someone complained because he's not playing metal. And Joe Restivo, who plays with the Barcays, who played with Isaac Hayes, who plays with hardcore jazz. Whenever a serious jazz guy comes to town, they need a backing band. It's Joe and his band that's backed up. He is just so amazing. And people complain that he's not playing enough.
Mm.
He played precisely the amount he chose to play at that moment. And I wasn't going to tell that man what to play because it's not my business to tell a real musician what to do.
Honestly, it doesn't matter
Thank
what
you
you
for
do,
playing
man.
for us, whatever you chose.
It doesn't matter
They
what you
weren't
do.
playing what they wanted to hear. That's what they were complaining.
Yeah. Doesn't matter
Yeah,
what
I
you
mean,
do.
I
There's
could,
someone
I
always
could
going to
get some
complain.
6-year-old kid who plays Eruption, but doesn't know how to play any
Yeah.
chords. You know.
You can
What
please some
blows?
of the people some of the time.
Yeah. What
You know,
drives me
most of the
crazy is
people
that
most of the
people
time.
expect.
Who's talking that I can't see? Because I watched Big
That's Andy.
Lebowski last night, and are you sure you're not the dude?
The dude.
Oh, you just
This is Andy. I'm the guy in the middle with the airplane.
Yeah, that's
Blue
Andy
guy.
there.
That's doing a loop.
1966.
This is
you'll,
me.
you'll wasn't sure which box was you. Sorry.
Yes.
I don't see names there.
Last week.
Oh,
I
you
just
got a
can't
hot.
believe
Okay,
I'm
there.
here talking with all you guys live.
There you go, mate. Yeah. Open source Brad's
This is
Guitar
pretty
Garage.
awesome. Yeah.
To be honest, I was meant to do this for the 10,000 subscribers stream, but I got too busy to organise it. I wanted to have a Meet the Champions, where one by one I might have yous on and have a chat and tell us about, your guitar history, or, even if you're just into electronics or what you're into. I was going to do like a one-on-one, like you got 5 minutes, go, or 10 minutes, go, but we ended up just doing the hangout with everyone. Once Davo said he was on board and Lyle said he was
I'm
on
still
board.
waiting for the 5,000 subscriber video where you're going to play that Marshall Major outside from like a quarter mile away.
That's still,
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
it's right here.
Still waiting on that one, man.
I've put it in the way, so I've got to walk past it every day. So eventually I'll get sick of it and I'll just get the fucker done. But it's not a major. I wish it was a major. It's a super bass. It's just a 1992 circuit super bass.
Okay.
But yeah, I've got the original.
It's been so long since you promised that I forgot what the amp was.
what I'm going to do for that, because it is shameful how long I've left that video. But I am going to unpublish that one. Like, you can just leave it unlisted, and then when you make it public again, it treats it like a newly released video, so it puts it to the top of your feed. But I'm thinking I might re-edit that one and just put a disclaimer at the start saying, look, I started this ages ago, and then everything got so busy that I always have about 100 jobs. I've literally got 100 jobs in the queue at the moment. It's insane.
People will never understand. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty full on.
Yeah, people.
I have got to remember to go in and reorganize the home screen on my thing, because they implemented it behind my back, and now like some of my least favorite videos to comment on are the ones that it promotes people. So I'm still having to talk about those damn videos. I'm like, well, I should take it down, but it's got like 300,000 views, so it's obviously making me a little bit of change a month. But I don't want to answer any more questions about how to make the reverb better on a Blues Junior.
Yeah. Pretty much every other day I'll get someone.
It out in the world, and it keeps coming back to me.
Yeah, pretty every other day someone
That's gonna be
complains
your
about my
final
take on
legacy.
Lazy J.
Do you have any Lazy J drive-bys?
Oh, all the time, man. There's every week on average, there's one or two that are like, you're a fuckwit. Lyle's a fuckwit. Chris from Rift is a fuckwit. Everyone who's ever mentioned this amp is a fuckwit. It's like, okay, I think
Except for all the owners who are having them repaired.
Yeah,
they just say that shit just to be obnoxious.
I don't know, man. I really couldn't give a shit.
In their defense, Brad is a fuckwit. So
I know I am a fuckwit. I don't refute that. But I just say to him, like, you recently bought one of these, didn't you? Why are you researching the product you've already purchased and then getting upset when maybe it's not the best thing since sliced bread? Research it before you buy it, you fuckwit. Anyway.
Yeah.
People love to buy stuff and then
see a video showing it getting trashed.
Yeah, but don't look it up then. Just play the thing.
Problem is that Dan on that pedal show's got one, and he wears the t-shirt, and so. And I like the guy, and if he ever sees this, I'm not talking bad about him his back, but I wish people would be more careful about what companies and apps they promote, because they don't always know what the hell they're talking about.
What I do suspect happened, I think I've been reading about this. Apparently, this is just going off hearsay, rumors. Apparently, some of the assembly was outsourced. So it may not have been in-house. However, that's a pretty convenient excuse. And at the end of the day, a small operation like that, the QC is on you. It's not on
Did they
anyone but
charge
you.
substantially less for the amps they outsourced?
Yeah, well, exactly.
Did they have owners sign a waiver of liability for the
They
drastically reduced price amps that they outsourced?
I keep hearing these excuses, and then as soon as you ask those questions, exactly. So they all fall over. I think these people have got to get better at arguing, because straight away you can refute their claim within a fraction of a second. It's like, well, okay,
if this breaks, it was backwards. You can't say it. It says Manfrotto. If this breaks,
yeah,
this is who is responsible.
Why do you think I'm doing QC right now? Because Michelle made these.
Hey,
I'm
nice,
checking
Wes.
them.
Yeah.
I like this thing.
The Manfrotto in me salutes the Manfrotto in you, which sounds really gross. It's like something Brad would run with.
Who's frotting who?
Of course, if you do it this way, it looks like a Klingon sex toy.
Man frotting.
I guess more Doc Ock.
Docking.
Oh, gentlemen, I hate to say it, but I gotta go. It's 8 o'clock.
No worries, Andy.
It's dinner time.
Enjoy, mate. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I think we will. Like I said, I think we'll do like one where like 2 or 3 of us at once, and just makes it a bit more, concise.
Yeah, well, if everybody has a little bit of goose and doesn't try to talk over everybody, we can have a conversation.
Well, my mic is the loudest, so
yeah, it is.
Well, how is mine actually? Is it?
No, it sounds all right. Yeah, it sounds good.
Sounds all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Good night. And
nice, mate. Enjoy your night. Take it easy.
Andy.
Don't work too hard.
I have a question for the group.
Yeah.
Apparently, Lou's name is Chris.
Yes.
I've been calling him Lou all this time.
Yep.
Whose fault is that?
Chris's or Lou's. I'm not sure.
Can't hear you though, Lou.
Where is he? There he is. Yeah, sweet.
Oh,
How you going? It's good to see how ugly you all are. I feel a bit better about myself. We can see you, mate. You are sideways though.
Now you're upside
Now
down.
you're upside down. There we go.
Maybe he was at the.
There you go.
I can't hear you though.
You muted, Chris? No, you're not muted. Just say something for us, mate. I don't think you can hear us either. I don't.
I'm trying.
It's a problem with your mic input, I think. Because you're not muted on the app. That's all right. We'll figure it out. In the meantime.
Yeah. Huh. My iPhone isn't working as well as
I know. I got you now.
I'd like it to.
We've got you now,
Okay.
mate.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
All right.
Tell us a bit about yourself, mate.
Yeah, I can't see anything on the screen.
That's all right. We can see
my
you.
iPhone, right.
Can't see
my
us?
iPhone. On my computer, but not the iPhone.
Right.
Gotcha.
That's because we're on YouTube
I'll figure
as well.
things out.
Well, see, that tells me that you also need one of these.
Yeah.
Doesn't everybody?
Come on, show us your FX30, Lyle.
I'm really liking it so far, but I'd like to talk to you about it later. Have you played around with Cine EI? Actually, you don't have Cine EI on yours, so never mind.
No, I don't. Sorry.
Sorry. What you got there, Wes? Binoculars?
Yeah. Being silly. These are my plates, binoculars.
I do want to talk to you, Brad, another time about see if some of the settings you might try. I'm really noticing the difference between this and the ZV-E10, even with the same lens.
Yeah, right.
Using the same color profiles. This 10-bit is just awesome.
Yeah, it is.
But
hey, look at that.
Have you played around with Monitor Plus?
No, I haven't. Honestly, I really haven't taken a lot of time to play with the Sony yet. I need to. I've been putting it off.
You should download Monitor Plus for your Samsung.
Yep.
And you have a remote monitor, and you can control all the settings. So it's a much larger, better LCD screen, a little touch screen, and it's still a touch screen.
Have you used Sony Creators app?
Yeah, I've got that too. It's nowhere near as good as Monitor Plus.
Okay, I'll try that. So that's Android, is it?
If you saw my video last year, how I make a video where I show how I'm doing all the stuff on the iPad,
yep,
the ZV-10, it's even better with the 6700 and the FX-30 because it's 5 gigahertz now, and so it's almost no latency. If you plug up USB, there's no latency, but just in terms of the Wi-Fi connection now, it's amazing because it used to be I'd do something and then I'd see it on the screen on the monitor, but the ability to have a monitor this big, I already have,
Yep. And
one
day, how does the screen look color wise?
I can transfer it. It's good. It's the same screen you have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean they use the same. Actually, I think it might be a little bit better in terms of brightness, but not much. I mean, you've got an EVF, which I don't have, but I mean, I don't want to turn this into the obscure camera show.
No, that's what it's all about, mate.
But yeah, I'll talk to you about later.
That's what I'm here for.
The thing is, it's nice to when I'm here at the bench and I'm shooting the videos. I've got the iPad for my monitors, so I can really see what things are going to look like for everyone. But then when it's time for me, if I were to do anything on a tripod or anything, or I don't want to have that set up, you can have the same app on your phone. And I've got this little bracket mount that goes to the cage on the ZV. I'm going to get the same thing for the FX-30 because then you can have a monitor that big. And it's great because you're like, okay, let me change the ISO. It's right there, touchscreen. You don't have to go to a sub-menu or anything.
It's so good since they started having the remote control capability in these cameras. That was a massive step forward. All the gimbals can talk to them and vice versa. It's great.
So I'm loving it. I'm not loving that I'm gonna have to pay, continue to pay for it, but
you got a finance thing happening.
Yeah, I'm the same thing. There are certain things I do where I know it's gonna pay for itself. Like,
you guys in the States pretty much have to use.
I financed that, and I paid it off in 6 months. It paid for itself in 6 months.
So. You guys have to use credit over there to get your credit score up, don't you?
Yeah,
it's kind of how it works.
Yeah, because over here, your credit score's 0, and it can only go negative if you fuck up, but you can't get your credit score up. You're either fine or you're negative.
Sort of the same here, and that when you're 18, as soon as you turn 18 and can sign a contract, everyone wants you to have a credit card, and they promise you the moon, and people get the credit card. So their credit's perfect initially. they go into massive debt and screw their.
But don't you have to get your credit score up by using credit cards for like every transaction? Isn't that the way it works over there, or am I misunderstanding?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
No, there are smart ways to do it. You can carry a small balance. If you have a card, don't pay it off, but you keep like $100 on that card and just pay the minimum, then go buy something just so that you are using it and showing that you're paying it off in full on time. Credit goes way up, and
that's what I mean.
You're not out of anything.
Yeah, okay.
You don't have to. You can also just not use the credit card for a long time, and they're going to say, "Oh, we want you to have this person back in the game," and then they'll say, "Oh, we've got a special offer for you."
Yeah. They do the same shit here.
Yeah, but I did that when I was in college. I had a couple of credit cards when I was in college, and I just kind of felt like the whole idea of giving you free money with low interest was dangerous, and so I actually stopped using them. And I stopped using them for like 15 years and paid everything with cash. And then one time I wanted to buy a new motorcycle, and I went to go buy it, and they said, "You have no credit history, 29%."
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? So I ended up having to pay cash for that thing and getting a low interest credit card and just trying to use it and pay it off every month just to have activity, because it's more than just paying your bills on time. It's your credit to income ratio. It's your available credit to use credit ratio.
Yep.
It's a lot of things, and it's a game. They make you, and they change the rules all the time too. So it's really pretty annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't use it as much as possible. I only use my debit card. But the ability to say, okay, I think it was $2,800 to get the MacBook. I grew my channel so fast, I was able to edit a video in 40 minutes instead of 40 hours, basically.
Yeah, it is worth it. Yeah.
It bought itself within 6 months.
Yeah.
This phone paid for itself in 2 months.
It's like the coffee machine, mate. I'd never get out of bed if it wasn't for coffee machine.
Right? That's I don't know if it'll pay for itself, but it's a business expense.
Fucking oath. Everything is.
What? Why was the Mac so much quicker to edit video? Is it just the application?
Alien technology.
Well, no, it's the technology that they came out with in 2020. The previous version of the MacBooks were about the same as a Dell laptop, which was not bad for like the XPS, but the XPS is with the Intel stuff, it gets hot, has a noisy fan, and does not have as good a graphics integration because the chip is made by one person and the graphics chip is made by NVIDIA, and so they have a common language, but they're not developed to work together. It's kind of funny how everyone bitches about Microsoft being a monopoly and how great Apple is because it's so easy and it works. It's easy and it works because they know that they only have to design this computer to have one chip and one graphics chip.
Closed ecosystem.
They write their own drivers. Whereas if you make a Dell or any other PC, you don't know what combination of hardware someone's going to have, how someone else's driver is going to try to use the same address range that your driver uses. It's a nightmare. But in 2020, when they did the in-house Mac Silicon, the speed and performance of this thing is just phenomenal. And this is just the M1. Now you can get an M4 Mac Mini, which is about the size of this phone, of this camera rather, for like $500. That's more powerful than this 5-year-old MacBook Pro. It's amazing how good they are for video editing and for music recording. And you can buy an equivalent computer from Dell, or some of the other high-end stuff, but it is the highest end of the PC stuff.
Yeah, I don't like Dells. They've never run well.
But the XPS line is like the most commonly referenced Windows or Linux-based laptop of comparable performance. That's the thing with the laptop specifically, which is what I needed at the time.
Yeah.
You can build any kind of thing you want out of a tower, but to get a laptop, you can't build your laptop. Well, back in the day, yeah, I've had tons.
Why don't you use one now? Because you sort of have it in the one spot. There you go, Seth.
There's no need to use a tower now. The next computer I buy, because I have this MacBook Pro M1, and I have this 32-inch 4K monitor, and I have the keyboard and the mouse all hooked up. If I need to upgrade, I'll get the next generation of Mac Mini for $500-600, probably $700. I spec out with the memory that I want, and then that will I still have the keyboard and the screen and everything, and the MacBook becomes a backup or something for me to be portable with. And that little 2-pound computer that's really about the size of a video game controller or a camera like this is more powerful than a tower from 5 years ago.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Which is amazing.
Seth looks like he's
about them is they have that unified architecture, and that's what makes them so fast. Because the slowest part of a PC isn't the individual components; it's the motherboard and the connector and the connections between them.
It's the
processors for decades have been way faster than the computer motherboard can handle. So by putting everything on that small die with
they don't have to deal with a whole bunch of PCI buses that can take third-party cards and stuff.
Yeah, there's no latency for that. But the problem is you have no upgradability or expandability except externally. So it's a trade-off. You can have a PC where you can endlessly upgrade it and reconfigure it and add to it, or you can have a Mac Mini that's blazing fast right out of the gate and blows everything else out of the water. But in 5 or 6 years, you're going to have to replace it.
But then it goes back to why do we have to replace it?
If it wasn't for but it starts at $500. Not because it'll break, Brad, but because in 5 to 10 years your needs will have progressed beyond what that can do.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, it's a bit like music production.
Use it for 10, 15 years.
It's a bit like music production.
Most people will use it for a long time. But if you're doing graphics like Wes has always done,
Yeah.
he doesn't
I
use
get the
those computers
graphics
for
thing.
that. They have specialized things for that. But if for my video production, for my audio production,
Mute some people.
I probably have another 3 years where this M1 can do everything that I need it to do, and then the needs are going to change because the size of the data files will increase, and the formats that are in use will require more. But in this case, at least right now, if every 5 years I need to buy a new Mac Mini for $500 to keep up with the technical Joneses, that's nothing, because it wasn't that long ago that kind of computer power was $5,000 and up every 5 years.
Right.
You've been in this a long time, Wes. You remember the garbage pan Mac Pros and the cheese grater Mac Pros.
I got into it right from the very beginning. My first color Macintosh was the Mac 2 in what was that, 1987, and it had a 16 megahertz CPU. It had no hard drive. It was still floppy disks, and a 12-inch 8-bit color monitor, and it was $7,500.
Yep.
Luxury.
I
had a TI 99 4A. So
you
you
bought
like
a
a house back
then.
then.
You're looking at like 30 grand.
I had an Abacus.
Well, I remember we paid $4,000 for our first 1 gigabyte hard drive, and it was really big and really heavy and really slow and really noisy.
$1,000 for my first 10 megabyte hard drive, and it was
I gotta
huge.
say, I do really miss the sound of an old PC starting up though, with the floppy drive searches and the hard drive seek sounds. I do miss that. Everything's SSD, and
in the 80s, my mom had just graduated.
And the Commodore 64 and the 128, the Amigas. So we've had computers in the house since like the early 1980s, I guess.
Have you guys? Do you know about?
My mom graduated law school, and
what have we got there
I
with?
think Dad just died today.
The computer salesman came to our house to try to sell her on a 286 system. It'd be like $15,000.
Oh,
286.
The drive
leading edge
starting.
were perfect. Like 80.
Yeah, I still got an old. I've got an old one running like Windows 98 or something that's never seen the internet.
Yeah, let's
And
keep it in a vault.
All it does is the buzz Pheaton calculations for the buzz Pheaton system and other and mass stuff. It does not need to see the internet because the internet will corrupt it.
You need to keep it in a vault. It's like the old Pro Tools systems. You see these studios still, or the automation computers that run the VCA desks and stuff. They just keep them in a vault. They don't change anything. They'll have a stock of like cards and stuff that they know are good as backups and redundancy. They'll have a backup power supply. When one shits itself, they send that off for repair and put the other one in it. It's like CNC machining, the old CNCs, the old Fluke systems and whatever. They just run an old.
Fluke?
Oh yeah, the old shit. Yeah.
You've worked with Fluke?
I've worked with people that have worked with them, but I've worked with BSE systems from like the early 90s, late 80s. It's line by line programming G code on the touchpad, on the keypad. That was fun.
Fluke made programmable logic control systems for factories. They weren't real common here. We did AEG out of Germany. I think Fluke was out of Italy. I don't remember.
It's all obsolete stuff now, but you see every now and then you pop your head into a factory and they've got some mill or something that's still running one of the old systems. It's pretty cool.
And instead of a laptop, you had this thing that some of them said Sperry Flight Systems, but it was a CRT with a clicky keyboard on it. You had to schlep that thing up the ladder and across the catwalk.
The membrane keypad and
that came out on the rack.
The enter button was always worn through.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've
My
got
uncle worked for Digital.
It's worn completely through. It still works.
Yeah, somehow.
I can't believe that thing still works. I mean, it's got holes worn through it, but all the stuff in it works. I've thrown away several keyboards. That one I paid like $10 for the surplus place.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
And back, those things were like $300-400. you know, in
Oh yeah, you pay big money for some of the PC 104 systems too.
Yeah.
You know the PC 104, they're like these little square motherboards about the size of a CD case, right? And they're industrial computers that are modular, and all the cards stack on top of each other, and it forms like this tower. And it all goes through an ISA bus, which is sort of down the side. So very low performance, but super reliable. And they operate at like a, you know, ambient temperature of like 90 degrees and shit. They're just, they're built.
They have the cooling system with the code blows air cooler through the floor.
Yeah. They use them in
That's
like
the-
foundries and shit where
wasn't
they're
me, my
super
boss
harsh
told me
environment.
I had to do something in 5 minutes. It's going to take 15.
Yeah. Audio's playing up a bit there. This is the fun you have with
Rotate back a little ways.
this
Hey,
is
I
the
have a
fun you have with
question.
streaming.
At the top of my screen, Brad, it says
Yep.
Brad's Guitar Garage. This is an unclaimed account. Claim it before it's lost. Claim account. Shall I claim your business name for you, or do you want to?
Where does it say that?
All right, we try that again. It says at the top. It says this is an unclaimed account. Claim it before it's lost. Claim account. Is that Brad's Guitar Garage or for Lyle? Because I just put in Lyle.
Oh, that'd be yours because I sent you an
I worked
invitation.
for Motorola when they were still around at Government Electronics. Yeah,
Okay, I'm just making sure no one's gonna grab Brad's Guitar Garage on Discord.
well, they wanted to
Nah,
grab
so-
the data lines.
There's only
in the
like
conduit
17
and
people in the
all
world who would ever
conduit
use that.
welded
Sorry guys,
shut.
just 1 sec. Let us
So
sort
nobody
this
could
out.
get
So
in there and
Lyle,
pay attention.
did you log into your Discord account before you click the invite link, or do you have a Discord account?
No, I don't have a Discord account.
Okay, so what you've got at the moment is
just
it's
put my
created
name
a
and
guest account.
birthday.
Yep.
I understand. I understand. That's cool. I'm just
Yeah.
making sure it wasn't. It's right under where it says Brad's Guitar Garage. It
Ah.
doesn't say Lyle up top.
You can
Someone's
claim
gonna
it if you want,
grab
mate.
Lyle. If someone else is named Lyle, they're welcome to it.
Nah, that'd be Kyle. That'd be Kyle for sure.
Right.
I can't get over
I'll
how many
choose-
people call
I
you
would choose
Kyle.
like Lyle the Destructor anyway. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, mate.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to log off.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to log off the iPhone because it's heating up a bit. But I'll watch you guys on the
There's
computer.
Lyle. He's taking off.
Yeah, no worries. I might end this here anyway, champions. Just go back to the streaming because I thought it would be less distracting, but it's actually more so.
This is pretty bad. Everybody's talking about something else.
Yeah, it's
I dig it.
Hey, this was fun.
whenever there's a latency thing.
This was fun. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, no, we'll do it in the future. We'll probably limit it to 2 or 3 people at once so that we're not talking over each other. But yeah, I'll definitely do it in the future, even if it is just members only or whatever.
I'm surprised my computer's even working with this. It's all. I don't like the ones that I can't pull the battery out and shove a charged battery back in there. If
There
I
you go, mate.
traveled, I needed a computer for court stuff.
We're not talking over each other. Oh, I've got a massive delay there with someone.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm going to leave it here,
There we
champions.
go.
I'll
Bye, guys.
talk to you in the stream. Take it easy. All right. Where were we? Oh, the camera's gone dead in the meantime. Hope you can still hear us. 7-way Discord. Yeah, it was pretty hectic. Let me just grab a camera battery. 1 second, legends. I still haven't got a power supply for the Lumix up the top. I've given it to Michelle so she can have a good conferencing camera for work because it powers the GX85 as well. There we go. Yeah, that was fun. A little bit all over the shop, but maybe if we limit the guests to 2 or 3 next time, it'll be a bit more concise. But also realised I didn't have noise because it was using the microphone directly, not through OBS. I didn't have any noise reduction, so I had to turn off my BOFA there. Otherwise, no one would be able to hear each other. Your iPhone's heating up just from that. Bloody hell. Now, I did have a mate ring me, so I might have to ring him back just shortly. Just 1 second, legends. You on Smoko there, done? Some bloody... Oh, there it is. Shocked your old camera actually worked on Discord. Yeah, it was good. It's hard to get working. I noticed you had a few tries at making it work there, but worked in the end. You never know what you're going to get on one of my live streams, champions. Random. Captain Random, I am. So I missed on a bit of backlog of chat there. It always confuses me when Brad's screen turns into a hall of mirrors. Yeah, like when I go, whoa! It's like watching Hollywood Squares. Joys of a 300 board modem. You've got some equipment there that needs Windows XP to work. Is the ISIT department is freaking out. Now you just keep it in the vault. The old school operating systems were fine with not being upgraded. They just sat there and just kept doing the same thing forever. A lot of the old audio systems were happy with that, with the interfaces. Like ASIO interfaces. Proprietary shit. You just had to make sure that nothing ever changed. And the way to do that was have nothing connected to the internet at all. And no software that's too big for its boots, trying to be too smart for its own good. I love a really efficiently made program that just does what it says and it does nothing more, nothing less. It just keeps doing that forever. Sucks, especially with all the AI bullshit these days. Everything's trying to be more than it is, and as a result, it's not even doing what it fucking promises. It's all just Silicon Valley tech wanker fucking crap. Promise the world, deliver fuck all. Electromechanical optical compressor limiter. Bloody hell. Pretty neat. It's a lamp with a VU meter and a photo resistor. Jesus. So it's got like the VU meter like interrupts the light. Is that what it does? Yeah, that is pretty cool. Send me a link if you do a video on that one. That'd be very interesting. Very interesting. My music computer has never been online. That's the way to keep it. Just work forever that way. till the hardware gives up the ghost. Then you can probably recap it and it'll go again. Ugh, little lead sticking to another lead. Get off. Hi, Brad. Keep up the good work from Andrew in Cairns. Enjoy Cairns, Andrew. Nice and warm up there for winter. Winter doesn't really happen in Cairns, does it? It's an octal tube socket too, so they could be swapped out. PDQ. There's a flag on the needle that moves between the amp and the photoresistor. Crude but clever in a Rube Goldberg way. Yeah, cool. Wow. I'm gonna need another coffee though. Could go up to the shop and get one, but since it's my day off, I could just drive home and make another one, I guess. It's 21 degrees now. It was freezing this morning at 15. It was actually a pretty warm morning here. It was only about, I don't know, like 10 or something. We had some really cold mornings, but this morning was pretty mild. Like I say, we finally got the wood fire going. We've got a cubic meter of split iron bark. Best stuff around, plus I can use it for smoking. Smoking meat, that is. Filling up half the frame with BOFA. Bloody silly duffer. Yeah, that was mainly just a test of Discord to see how it goes. I think StreamYard's better. So I think I'll go back to StreamYard. Started an account, I've only used it once. Maybe just go with the background noise. Do you want me to just turn off the noise suppression? Because I can see it's jumping in and out. It's not working real well. Unless I continually talk. Tries to recalibrate when there's no speaking. Maybe I'll just turn the noise compression, the noise suppression off. Sort of like music. It's sort of like ASMR to sleep to that way too, isn't it? White noise, pink noise. Filters. How's that? Is it annoying? We're talking in Celsius now. We're talking in Celsius always, Seth. Because we're not in the USA. We're talking degrees science, not degrees Frankenstein. Someone the other day telling me that the whole reason the whole world should use Fahrenheit is because it's more accurate, because like the gradations are smaller. I said, yeah, that's what decimal fucking places are for, you dumbass. It's like, oh, we should use ounces because kilograms is too coarse. Well, that's why we use fucking grams and decimal points. Anyway, it wasn't a valid argument in my opinion. It was what we call hashtag cope. Why isn't it sitting properly? It was sitting properly before, now it's not. Once you start populating the boards and they all end up uneven, I should have put the tall filter caps in last. Oh, a bit too much solder on there, Michelle. Alrighty. Just check over everything. Some of the stuff's not properly seated. Some of these diodes look a bit mangled. The BOFA sounds like a large crowd cheering. The PCB Population Championships. Olympic PCB manufacturing. You reckon that'll be a thing? The one thing we do have in Australia in terms of like measurement, it's still a bit fucky, is the measurement of beer. So like in Sydney we've got schooners and pints, middies. In South Australia we've got pots and pints, but a pot is like a middy and a pint is like a schooner in Australia, in New South Wales. So yeah, that shit's all over the shop. So you go for a schooner in South Australia and they give you a middy and you're like, what the fuck's this? What am I on restrictions now? Am I too pissed, am I? And then you realise you just got the terminology wrong. Same Melbourne and Adelaide, I think, are the same. Well, you know, South Australia and Victoria, I mean. The big ones are Nippon Chemicon. Just the way it worked out in terms of availability and large stock. And some of the others are, most of the others are Nichicon. I think there's a couple of Panasonics in the small one, the small type. Maybe a Worth Electronics. They're all good brands. We have to constantly change the bill of materials because stuff goes in and out of stock, particularly the high voltage caps, and someone's trying to get in despite there being a closed sign up. Oh, hang on, here's a courier. That's alright, it was a courier. That's the one knock I don't mind getting. So, Kev sent me a package, only because I ordered it. This is Kev from guitartemplates.com.au. Used to own Evatco and Speaker Factory. Sold them to Michelle, who is a very good operator as well. Got some double-sided tape. This is art store shit. Doing templates and sticking fiberglass to stuff. I've got a customer that's afraid to use the internet, so he keeps getting me to order stuff for him. I probably should have said no. It's a bit annoying, but I finally got he's building a classical guitar and he just wants a carbon fiber strip down the neck to help stiffen it up a bit. So that is that. Pretty fucking stiff actually, that stuff. Pretty impressive. But while I was ordering, I thought, let's make it worthwhile and try these out. So these are Hosco fret end nippers. Supposedly good for stainless. The ones from StewMac say they're good for stainless, but you do it enough times, and particularly with jumbo stuff, you start to get nicks in the fretboard. How the fuck do you release it? Hello? Am I being stupid? Oh yeah. There you go. So you got the mechanical advantage there. It's a Hosco TLFC28S. or a Kiba MH248, I don't know. Yeah. 4-end nipping of stainless steel fret wire. StewMac ones are good, but I don't trust them with stainless. You can see there's a few, not so much nicks, but a little bit of deformation happening there where I tried to cut a bit of stainless jumbo fret wire. I didn't like doing that. It was a lot of effort too. So I thought, let's try one that's got a bolt cutter like assembly instead. Might keep that box, that's a handy size. Yeah, guitar templates. He does all sorts of parts. He obviously templates. He does like acrylic templates for cutting, like routing, pickup cavities, making bracing for like acoustics, you name it, arch top kits for making an arch top from scratch, all the carving templates, headstock shape templates, fretting guides, things like that. Oh, Kev, he just keeps starting bloody businesses. He's starting businesses left, right and centre, then he sells them, starts another one, sells them. All to do with music. Alright, I'm now officially out of coffee. This could be a problem. So you got the nipper. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Goody Guitars. Yeah, don't forget to give me a like. And with some of the donations I got over the weekend and from yesterday's live stream, I think we're up to $2,600 in Dry July fundraising. So I think I might have actually overtaken the next best year I had. So it might be the best year yet. Thanks to you, legends. And thanks to the Double Up Day where Dry July had an anonymous donor dump a big load of money on them, and for that day, if you donated, they would match it dollar for dollar up to $500. So I actually donated last month's YouTube revenue. Made sure I did it that day because then they would double it. So that was a big bicky as well. That helped us push forwards quite a bit. I think I showed that yesterday, but I should put it in the description actually. I don't know why I haven't. I know a lot of you have already donated, but if you are that way inclined, I'll give you the link in just one sec. Or if you want to go on there and have a bit of a stalk, see what it's up to. We're up to 2465. So we haven't beat 2023, which is 2575, but we're getting close. So if you want to chuck a few bucks in the hat, you can do so right here, or if you want to check what it's up to, follow along. And also, it doesn't hurt to share it. It doesn't cost you anything to share it around. You say this bloke's bloody Australian. A, he's Australian. B, he's an Amtech. So the madman is going without alcohol for a month, without one drop of the good stuff. All the Amtechs out there will be white. What? No way. I find that engineers and technical people are either, they're one way or the other. They're either like borderline alcoholics or they don't touch a drop. It never seems to be anywhere in between. So I guess that makes me a borderline alcoholic. No, but I know lots of techs, like John that worked, built the canning line at this brewery. He worked in a brewery and he didn't drink, didn't touch a drop. He could have had all the free premium beer he could possibly want, but no, he didn't drink. He just had the kombucha and the lemon squash instead. Just found that funny. Don't know why. Let's properly seat those caps, and then we're done. It's pretty time consuming to get the boards bang on, champions. It is a bit fiddly. Oh, I've got to seat the film caps properly because they're up in the air a bit. You've got to fold the leads over, but when you fold them, you've got to fold them right against the board surface, otherwise there's a bit of a curve there, and then when you flip it over to solder, they can fall down a little bit, which is what's happened here. So they're going up by like a good 2 mil further than they were. Some of them looks like she didn't fold at all, like the leads are still parallel. That's probably why they've dropped down quite a bit. It's alright, she's still learning. Still takes a lot of load. Oh, bent that one over sideways. Still takes a lot of load off me having to do the whole lot. Even if I do just have to touch them up and just check over stuff, it's still much more, much less time consuming than if I assembled the whole thing myself. So it's much appreciated. Move those dropper resistors away from the caps a little, just allow a bit of airflow. And I think we're good, and we can get on to the next one. Sweet as. Yeah, it's an FYM. It's the two-channel 50 watt version. Just got the day off today because I'm closed Mondays. But instead of having a nice relaxing day or a day of fitness, here I am making boards. Jesus, it's 11 o'clock already. Time flies when you're having fun, eh? Sitting down a bit closer to the work, so I'll just adjust the camera. Thrown off by the colour. Yeah, I changed the colour of them. It's getting a bit warm in here now. I might just take off my hoodie, which means I'm going to fuck my mic up. Hang on. Here we go. Still got his brand on the t-shirt too. Yeah, I changed the colour, Jimmy Mac, because I just think they look cooler. And it was also the plan to maybe release the boards before I decided not to. I was going to release the boards without the components so you could build your own and download the bill of materials, but can you imagine like the requests for assistance I'd get off people that had never done it before and thought they'd try it, don't have the right gear, don't have, you know, any experience. Oh, fuck that. Because it doesn't matter if people don't have any skill level, they'll still expect a perfect result, and they'll try and blame it on you, because no one takes responsibility for themselves anymore. They all try to offload responsibility onto anyone nearby. So I thought, fuck that, I'm not releasing these for anyone except the very closest techs which I can trust. And also, the thing that clinched it is a guy, I almost sold him. He almost convinced me to send him the bare boards. It's like, yeah, I'm experienced, yeah, you don't have to worry about me, yeah, it's fine. And then he's like, oh, the board looks a bit different. Are all the old components going to fit on the new board? I'm like, hang on, what? He goes, yeah, it looks like all the old resistors and that will be too small for the new board, so like, what, do I have to buy new ones? I'm like, fucking oath, you got to buy new ones. He was going to transfer all the old parts off the old board onto the new board. I was like, oh no. So that's when I decided, fucking no way I'm releasing these unpopulated. Because if people are doing that and then it doesn't work and it's got my brand name on it, or it's my layout that's recognisable, I'll get the blame for their dumb decisions. So I thought, nope, you only get the fully tested, fully completed boards and that's it. But I did change it to black when I was going to release the unpopulated boards, because then they can't just throw it on a copy machine and literally copy the layout. Because it's black, it'll be a bit harder to do that. Whereas green, you could probably do that relatively easily. Yeah, but that was when I decided there's not a chance of releasing these after that. Because people will cheap out at every given chance, and then if anything goes wrong, they'll blame me. They won't blame themselves. They will hide and deceive and obfuscate the actual source of the problem, which is their incompetence, and they'll try and blame it on me, because that's what fucking humans are like. Humans, who'd have them? Yeah, Chris from Rift Amps just installed the board. Yeah, well, of course it's better than the old kit, which involved drilling out the pins, for two reasons. You just drop it in, and also you've got it's like a new amp, because you've got all the new filter caps, and these amps are getting to the age now where all the stuff is reaching the end of its lifespan. Plus, it was never really that great quality to begin with. Everything was like 85 degree rated and pretty shitty Samwa crappy caps and all of that. So you're essentially upgrading your amp while you're refreshing it, making it like new, and also getting rid of the problem all at once. And a lot of these kits to fix the conductive problem only deal with the one problem at that time, which is the bias drift caused by leakage between pin 4 sure why that happened. Yeah, audio went down because the camera, I think, maybe overheated. But it doesn't normally overheat. So I don't know what that's all about. Just keep an eye on it. I might have some setting wrong on there or something. Maybe I'll change it to manual focus. So it doesn't have to process the focusing. How's that? Oh, keep an eye on it. But yeah, we haven't had overheating problems since I realised I had the auto tracking on by accident. Since I turned that off, it's been fine, but I'm not sure why that cut out. It's not the power. Oh, it's just another thing to be paranoid about. How are the JCM 2000 transformers? Well, I've never had to replace one. They seem to be fine. So yeah, what I was saying is the little boards that you have to drill out pins and run wires like little power lines above the board and all that stuff. Once the conductive dendrites start spreading through the board, they don't stop, they keep going. And eventually you end up with hum from the heater, voltage leaking into the audio circuit. You end up with foot switching issues, the FETs being triggered by stray voltages. All sorts of shit goes wrong. That's not your typical bias drift issue. Because the amps get brought in for the bias drift issue and that has ceased because they've run wires overhead, then the tech would be within their rights to say, oh, we fixed the problem that you brought it here with, so these are other problems, I'll have to charge you more. So you're sort of entering a bit of a grey area there in terms of warranty and whatever. A little bit sketchy. So with the new board, all of that's gone and you don't have to worry about it. It's like a fresh amp. There's a couple of things to maybe bear in mind on the other boards. Like just check for cracked solder joints. Run a jumper between the sleeve and the sleeve shunt contacts on the 16 ohm jack, because that's a silly way of doing it. I don't know why they did it like that. I reckon that was an error, a PCB layout error. But all the current for the ground connection to the speaker goes through that shunt contact on the jack if you're plugged into the 4 or 8 ohm output. If you're plugged into the 16, it's fine, but it all goes through that jack otherwise. So shunting that with just a quick jumper is the way to do it. But I've been waiting for an amp to come in for a replacement when I've got time to do a comprehensive video of it, and I can show all that stuff, show you the stuff to do to the other boards to make it more reliable as well. But you've got flyback diodes on this one, so you're much less likely to have a flyback event. So that protects the amp as well. And you've got isolation slots between the relevant pins, so you're much less likely to have any arc damage or leakage there on the EL34 pins. You've got heater balance resistors that are fusible. So if you do put in like a Russian valve for the cathode follower and it gets a heater to cathode short, you won't take out your transformer or cause any weird behavior. It'll just fuse open and you'll notice increased hum until you fix it. but it won't cause any systemic damage. What else we got? Heavier copper, of course. I was going to do a version, Lyle and I were discussing making one with trim pots on the actual board and then fucking off the rear adjusting board altogether. But I think there may be some... I sort of don't want to lock people into that. I want to be able to just have it as a drop-in where you can use all the old shit. Any temperature warning on the camera? No. I don't know why it shut down before. It's plugged into a USB power supply, so shouldn't have had a power issue. Battery's still at 99%. Just sit on the connection long enough for the solder to flow through to the other side. Gives a good solid mechanical connection because we're soldering the screen grid resistor there. Oh, that's the other thing I did. I upgraded the screen grid resistors to 2.2K instead of 1K. So that's a lot easier on the EL34 screens. They love to fail on modern production valves. So you should have longer valve life with this board as well. A lot of the other guys I've seen that have put up either models or prototype photos of their boards, they're still running 1K resistors as screen grids. It's, modern valves just can't take it, especially if you're using a if you're cranking the thing or using a load box. You know what, champion, since I'm closed today, I might go for a walk around the river during the middle of the day instead of at night. Normally I go after work or before work when it's still dark. Might be nice to go for a daytime walk. I am looking forward to spring because there's a little cherry blossom grove down there, like actually a pretty large one. So I might do a little bit of a walk there when that's in blossom. I might do a Q&A sitting under the... Do a Q&A video sitting under the cherry blossoms. That'd be nice. Take the hibachi down. Do a bit of yakiniku under the cherry blossoms. Pretend we're in Japan. Yo, James, how you going, brother? Just doing a relaxing little soldering stream today, brother. Once I've got these stocked up, all tested, ready to ship, I can forget about them for a couple of months. I'm going to keep the stock levels around 10. So when we start approaching 10 in stock, I'll chuck through the next order and get working on the next lot. 2 batches of 10. That's for each type. So we've got 3 different types now. We've got the DSL100, TSL100 and the DSL50. So when any of those stock levels get down to less than 10, maybe like 5 for the DSL50s and 10 for the others, I'll order another batch and just pencil in some a weekend to just do another batch of 10. Batch of 10's not too taxing. Still takes like 2 days. But yeah, trying to do like 20 or 30 at once is a major undertaking, and smashes a good week. 30 or 40, say you do 20 of each, it's probably going to take, yeah, it'll take several days. Because you're including the testing and the cleaning and all of that in the process too. We don't just solder them and ship them. Everything's ultrasonically cleaned and baked overnight and tested thoroughly. So yeah, there's quite a bit to it even after you've assembled them. But like I said, it's relaxing and I enjoy it. Call me crazy. Ken McMahon. Oh, I was wondering why you were doing this PCBs. It's for the dual shit lead and triple shit lead. Well, mate, people love them. Your opinion's your opinion. But people love these things and they want to pay to keep them running, so. And once these boards are installed, they're actually slightly less shit, which is nice. Somewhat less shit. I mean, fucking Marshall's got a lot worse than C's in terms of their mechanical construction. Nah, those amps fail. I used to be a dealer. Yeah, but this is why they fail, because the boards... These boards address why they fail. Yeah, metalheads love them. The DSL actually is a lot, just going off the sales, the DSL is a lot more popular than the TSL. I guess it was probably also cheaper at the time, having less features. Does the DSL 50 have a bias drift issue? Also, I was thinking it was 100 watt models only. They do. It's less common for multiple reasons. The first reason being they sold less of them. The second reason being they emit less heat because there's only 2 output valves, not 4. And the third reason being there are less parts there for leakage because some of the components are depopulated for the lack of output valves. But it does occur in them as well. I've got one here which is doing it, so I might do a video on that one actually to prove that it does happen in the 50. A friend of mine called his the triple super dud, yeah. Cheap ultrasonic cleaners die fast in my experience. They drop emitters, so you have to monitor their current and wattage. They drop emitters. When you say they drop emitters, you mean there's an emitter resistor there and the power amplifier for the ultrasonic element, and what does the emitter resistor go open circuit? You know, Ted, I guess we'll just keep monitoring its performance. It's already paid itself off multiple times over, and being that it is made out of metal, it's not the end of the world if we just take it to e-waste and they recycle it and I buy another one. Or crack it open and see what happened and fix that too. Might be an interesting project if it does go wrong. See you, Rob. Take it easy. Thanks for joining us, fella. I'm really liking these Monday streams. Might keep it up. It's nice not having to worry about serving customers. Well, I can just stream away. I don't have to go silent there for half an hour when someone's asking for advice. Oh, the emitter. Okay, you mean the actual from a text point of view, I'd be expecting the term transducer, but yeah, no, I got you there. I thought you were talking about the emitter, like the power transistor that drives it. I'm assuming it's like an amplifier, sort of. I don't know. I guess it would be maybe like even a single-ended amplifier. I don't know. Great soldering skills, mate. As a learner, can you advise a course to do on correct technique? I heard IPC do a certification course. Yeah, I think with the IPC, they don't take. I don't know. I could be wrong here. Dad would be able to fill us in on that because he oversaw a service centre where guys were getting certified there. But I think you're supposed to already know how to solder, and they just certify you once you are. They don't. I'm not sure they teach you. There is a guide which I've got a copy of. I'm not sure if it's free though, so I'm not sure if I can share that without violating a copyright. But yeah, it's probably a lot of it's just experience and just knowing when something looks right and when it doesn't, and knowing the relevant standards. It uses a crystal, not a speaker. Yeah, I get that it's a crystal. It's a piezo element, piezoelectric. But I'm not sure if the crystal is part of the resonance circuit or how it operates. Fuck, we'll have to take it apart now, champions, because my curiosity's struck. I just want to know how, like, what the circuit is. Because it's like 250 watt or something, so it's delivering a fair bit of power to that unit. I just wonder how it goes about oscillating and delivering the power at once. If it's a resonance circuit where the crystal element's part of the oscillator or what, I'm not sure. I don't know much about it. Don't turn it on, take it apart, as Dave would say. Just thought I heard someone milling about outside, just having a look. Makes me a bit anxious. Oh, that caps off on a funny angle. Alright, everything's looking nice and well seated and firm. Just do the film caps. These ones look a bit more well seated than the last ones. Ah, just got a cramp in my wrist. Got the schematic pulled up. For what? The V-bore? Hang on. Did you find it online, James? Ah, you fucker. That's better. Ow. Do need a thimble. Fucking camera died again. Do I need to put a fan on it? Never had to before. Why do I now? Fucking thing. See, normally I have it up on the shelf. I can put a fan on it, but here it's a bit less easy. I know what I'll do. It's gonna be noisier though. I've got the Hakko fume extractor, which Shell was using while I was using the BOFA, and it's got the louvers point upwards. So if I sit that here, it'll deliver air pointed at the camera. But now it's noisy. Now that's way noisier. A little adult colour by number. Yeah. It's a bit like that. It's like the colouring in books. So I'll just deliver a bit more solder to the spade connectors, the quick connects. Just so it flows through to the other side, give them a bit more mechanical support. Try to heat them both at once. Now we can see there, it's flowed right through to the other side now, so we've got a bit more support on them on the top side. Same goes over here. See a little bit dry on the top there. Flip it over. Alright, I think someone's trying to get in again. No? No. Emilio, how you going, fella? I assume you're a fella with a name like that. Don't know for sure though. So I'm heating both terminals that are attached to the single spade connector until the solder, you can see the solder blob sort of sinks to the other side and becomes more of a fillet. And flip it over and have a look. Got about 500 junk emails. Brad always one step beyond. I cannot finish my sub day, Sunday, and you're already ripping Sunday. I'm actually Monday. Yeah, he's got it. So you can see they all flowed through to the other side, except this one was a bit light on, so we'll give that a little bit more. Annie boy, focus. There we go. And there we go, we've got flow through to the other side. So that makes them really sturdy. It's really hard to bend them after you've done that. You see it's bouncing back. See how sturdy they are? When you get them from the factory in sort of cheaper amps, they don't allow the flow through to occur. And they can be very delicate. You bend them back and forth and they crack their solder joints or just straight up snap off. Alright, let's get some sockets in this bad boy. Mark, how you going? You got the smoker going? He probably sent me another smoker. He always sends me photos of his meat in the most platonic way possible. Let's get the other plate connector. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Why did I put the lid back on that? Alright, there's a lot of activity happening outside. I don't know what's going on. No, I'm just getting anxiety, I guess. Doors opening, closing, people might... There's nothing that triggers my anxiety more than doors consistently getting open and car doors getting open and closed outside. Really triggers me, I don't know why. Smoking pork tomorrow, nice. Haven't smoked pork in a long time. I haven't even done ribs in ages. I can't say it's been too cold because you're in friggin' Alaska. Here's me whinging about it being 15 degrees. might get the smoker going tonight, actually. I often do chicken wings when Michelle's at netball because she doesn't like eating them. It's too much, like, too fiddly. So she'll be at netball today, so I might start the smoker with the iron bark we just got delivered and just do some sneaky wings because they only take 2 or 3 hours on the smoker. Sink. There we go. Just did beef ribs. Yeah, I love those short ribs. Just short ribs, you mean? Beef short ribs? Had some recently. Each rib is like a bloody dinner plate. They were massive. Recently, that's like 6 months ago. You guys do roux ribs? I don't know. I guess someone does, but I haven't. I think they save them. Like, roux meat's very popular for feeding your dog. So they save the premium cuts for human food, human consumption. I think most of the bones go to dogs because they love eating them. Doesn't mean they're bad, they're just... People are a bit squeamish about roux, and I wish they weren't because they're really, it's really good meat. Don't know if they watched one too many episodes of Skippy or something. But honestly, you can grow them anywhere in Australia. They fucking eat rocks. It's like camels. You can just grow them anywhere. We should eat more camel instead of cows, which are so fucking needy. Yeah, camels are invasive. Yeah. I guess camel's it's a bit like lamb in my experience, which is weird. I've had camel burgers a few times, like mince, but you don't get a lot of a feel for the texture of a meat or anything. Eating basically ground meat, not like meat that you find on the ground. Roadkill. Hey Six, how you going, legend? We should be eating less meat in general, not just for the environment but for health. Yeah, I don't eat a hell of a lot of meat these days. But it is fucking good, you must admit. Sorry to any vegans out there, but all the vegans I know, they're like, yeah, it is good though, I'll admit that. And I'm like, yeah, sucks. But yeah, I think sugar's probably one of the worst things for our health. I don't eat anything really sugary. Maybe chocolate every now and then, but it's a guilty pleasure. I like a real dark chocolate, like 80% cocoa kind of deal. I like it nice and strong and bitter. But not like vomit bitter like the Hershey's shit. Yeah, absolutely. 6. Yeah, small, savoury pieces of really high quality meat. That's what the Japanese have it down to a T. Just tiny little pieces that you can savour. Not big slabs of fucking crap. Like, that's what shits me about when you go to a Western Sydney or like just a country pub. You got this low grade beef and zero marbling. It's just like eating a big fat fucking chunk of tasteless nothing. So much so that you got to rely on the sauces and the gravies and shit to carry it through. Man, we got this marbling score 9. Oh fuck, what cut was it? I think it was a rib something. What do they call it? No, rump cap. It was a rump cap. And we took it camping. That was the trip. I think I showed you. I put up a video about the demise of Panny Boy. That was the trip when the G85 went for a swim in the river. So to ease our pain over the death of Panny Boy, the original, the OG Panny Boy, we had like a charcoal, sort of like a yakiniku by the river. And my god, that meat was gorgeous. Sharpened up their knives. They had these ridiculous camping knives, ridiculous Bowie knives they bought at the camping shop on the way out, and they were blunt as fuck. So we sat there and had about 1,000 beers, and I sharpened the knives with the water stone and got them razor shaving sharp, and then we sliced up the still semi-frozen rump cap, which is exactly what you want when you want to slice it thin. You kind of want it to be on the verge of still frozen, so you can get the slices really thin, that it's sort of really stiff still. And I've never tasted anything better. That was so good. Over charcoal by the river. Not a care in the world other than trying to dry out the Panny Boy G85, see if it works again. The flip side of that is when there's too much marbling. Yeah, that's silly steaks in Japan, yeah, and it's mostly marbling, and it's like over 50% marbling. But yeah, marble score 9 isn't, yeah, it's nowhere near like some of those crazy expensive Japanese steaks. They're over the top. It's like this 75% fat. You can get that at the local Asian food mart. They do a lot of Japanese stuff there, and they do have that stuff, which is like 60-70% fat. But you just end up with your bloody grill on fire. Gotta be quick. Oh, wouldn't mind another coffee, champions. What do we got here? Got nothing. I've got a lemon lime and bitters, which is 11% sugar. I've got 2 bottles of Lag 16, which I can't open until 1st of August. Do I have milk? Well, I've got some milk. Is it any good? 14th of July, that's today. Still smells alright. Might have a cup of tea to tide me over till I get a coffee. No, more water. Now I'll do what I always do and Make a cup of tea and forget about it until it's cold. I've been cutting down on my meat consumption. I'm down to 20 times a week. That's one less than last week. Baby steps, Mark. Baby steps. 16 years since I've had anything animal, but I'll admit that I'm skinny. So you're a vegan or vegetarian, Chris? I was thinking about going pescatarian. I think vegan would take a lot of work, whereas vegetarian not so much, and pescatarian even less. Everyone I know that's vegan is skinny as fuck. So probably should go vegan for like 12 months just to lose some weight. But yeah, Shell's fucking signed me up with the gym. So there goes any spare time, because I'll have to go to the gym. Because I want to build some muscle again, because I don't really have a physical job anymore. I need to actually work to make muscle. When I was a cabinet maker, you got this strong, sinewy, wiry strength that you managed to maintain. You could lift up a fucking 3 sheets of board at once and shit. And I did have pretty big muscles then, and I was really lean. But now I'm just fucking around with circuit boards and shit all day. Kettle's boiled. Yeah, I would like to build up some muscle. I've got plenty of muscle mass, but there's a layer of fat in front of it. That's the problem. But building up the arms. Just do fucking push-ups every morning, eh? Yeah, a few fat fuck vegans. Aren't cows vegetarian? Well, cows are, but not when you eat them. You are not. Lifting a motorcycle, build muscle, yeah. Oh, come rock climbing with us, sometimes mad fun. I used to do rock climbing back in school, actually. It builds up the grip strength. Yeah, it's really good. Do you do it at the center, or do you do it actually in the wilderness? I had this one mate of mine, his nickname was Nutter. So you may be able to imagine off that what kind of bloke he is. But he was like a fucking monkey. He was the best rock climber. You just give him like the tiny little pebble poking out of a rock shelf and he'd hang on to it, and fucking, he always did like the black grips, you know, the ones that are the hardest. They're tiny little things, like barely a pimple poking out of the wall, and he'd just hang off it with one arm. Insane. And now he's a roofer. No, bricky. He's a bricky. Getting him mixed up with other mates. It's funny, as one of my mates got married in Streaky Bay, so the middle of fucking nowhere in South Australia. And Nutter gets out there, and the wedding's all said and done, and it's like the day after, and we're having catch-up drinks after the wedding. because everyone was staying there for another day. And everyone's like, all right, Nutter, so how are you getting home? How are you getting home? Because he lives around here, like 2,000 kilometers away from where the wedding was. And he's like, I don't know. And they're like, when have you got work? He's like, like Wednesday, Tuesday. It's like a Sunday. It's just like, you came to Streaky Bay with no plan on how to get home. It's like, yeah, I guess so. Everyone's trying to organise him a lift back or see who's driving, see who's flying, if they can organise him tickets. He just had no plan. I love that kind of attitude, eh? I couldn't do it. I freak out if anything doesn't go to plan. Barrel's getting stuck on the lead. Alright, clippity clip time. We've got the tallest indoor centre down the road from us. They have bouldering too, cool. Yeah, I'll have to get back in order. I think my grip strength is pretty fucking lame at the moment too though, and I think I weigh like 90 something kilos. I've got to lose some weight. I want to get down to like 80 before I start building up muscle mass again. Like I say, I've got like plenty in the pecs and stuff, but once I lose the man titties, the moobs, there are muscles under there, but you can't see them because it's covered by a layer of fat. That's why I've been trying to run, to do the bit of cardio, just to lose the fat a bit. Just makes everything easier. Not that fucking bad, but you know, changes the way you feel about yourself too. You're wearing more flattering clothes, that kind of thing. I just don't want to be a fat bald old guy. I can be a fit bald old guy, that's alright, but I don't want to be a fat bald old guy. Whinge about going bald, but you know, at the end of the day the hair was red anyway, so it's no great loss. This time next year you'll be playing like Townsend. What is you can't even roll. Oh yeah, Mark. So Mark's recovery. How's it all going, Mark? I weigh 110 and can still hold myself up the wall. I'd like to get back down to 70 one day. One day? Well, 110's not the end of the world, man. I mean, fuck. I know it gets harder as you get older, like, because your metabolism slows down, but 110, you fucking, a bit of dedication, you could get down there in a couple of months. Oh, not to 70, like, but unless you go the heroin diet, you get under 100. Fucking no sweat. Well, a lot of sweat, but you know what I mean. Got grandbabies coming, Mark. It's awesome. be sure, to be sure. A little better every day. That's good, mate. That's all you can hope for. Need to settle a bit with my doctor. I lost a lot of weight this year not drinking. It doesn't make sense from a calorie counting perspective, but it seems to throw some kind of switch in my metabolism. Huh. Feels good, but man, I could use one. I know how you feel, Admiral Quality. Kill for a bloody beer one of these afternoons. On bloody dry July. Alright, so we'll just go through and do our touch-ups like before. Let's make sure everything's seated. Correct lie. And one standing up mid-air a little bit. Alright, sweet. Let's get those heater balance resistors down a little. Good, good, good. The screen dropper can go down quite a bit. Here we go. Nice satisfying pop as it seats against its kink in the wire. Screen grid resistor. The other screen grid resistor. Oh, no. Next to it. Good stuff. Alright, we'll do a bit of top flow. I'm pretty sure if I had one beer I'd go up a pan size immediately. That would make for a good party trick. See you 6, take it easy. Probably already gone, but good luck setting up the new store. 6 is setting up a new workshop. Beef in Vanuatu is to die for, even cheap cuts, barbecued, tender, and flavour. Yeah, I've heard that about Vanuatu. I think they do the hangi, do they, as well, where they bury it with coals? Nobody likes a quitter. I'll be back off the wagon someday, surely. But for now, the no booze experiment continues. Our redhead people are from a cold, wet rock in the middle of the ocean, can somehow survive on moss and bird droppings. Haven't heard that one before. Sounds a bit like leprechaun shit. Always trying to steal me Lucky Charms. I'd love to get these boards washed this week, but I'm still waiting on the remaining valve sockets and the 1 or 2 caps. There's no point doing the same job twice. I'll just wait till they turn up, be patient. You always call Irish guys lucky. Well, have you seen Irish women? They are lucky. Sweet. Newfies. Know all about Newfies. They're like the pikeys, bit of Newfoundland. Very friendly, but you can't understand a fucking word they're saying. A little bit like a really strong Irish accent, yeah. Is that where it came from? The Newfoundland accent's like very heavily Irish influenced, or where'd they get that crazy accent from? Not even so much the accent, it's the cadence, it's just the way they speak. Nope, almost did my same old trick, forgetting my cup of tea. Put the tea bag in, then forget all about it until 4 hours later. Trying to get used to English breakfast tea without sugar at all. Like I always really like the just like half a sugar in a tea. But you know, it's weird how like some people can drink like 3 mothers and 2 Red Bulls a day and they're still skinny as a rake. It's probably heroin. Yeah. Irish in England, right. Mostly Irish, kind of insular, so they went off in their own direction accent-wise. How many boards do you plan on doing, Brad? Going to keep some in stock for a while? Yeah, so I was saying earlier, just going to keep like minimum 10 in stock before we order the next batch. So probably 10 of the DSL, 10 of the TSL, and maybe 5 of the DSL 50s. So when we get down to that level, I'll order the next batch. And we'll try and set aside a weekend to assemble them, because assembling, doing like 10 at once isn't too bad, but doing like 20 becomes a pretty major undertaking and pretty time consuming. So try to do them in small batches but more regularly, so it's not such a fuck around when we need to do it. Alrighty then. Get the box caps down. You have your first grandbaby slated for the end of August. Excellent. Good luck with that. That's awesome. A lot of steak restaurants in Port Vila. Prices used to be very cheap. Never saw any umu or hangi style cooking on my visits. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's more in the rural areas, or am I just completely off? I've got the wrong country. Could be. It's happened before. Have to set an alarm when you make a cup of tea. By the time you remember it, penicillin is growing in it. That's good for you then, eh? Well, it looks like the camera's been alright since you put the fan on it, so I guess it's just overheating. Curious about the access to the documentation that comes with your board. It's just the stuff that you saw Chris with. Normally I don't give the BOM, bill of materials. It's not that I don't, but most people don't know what to do with it. I thought I'd give it to him because he's another tech and he might want to assess it, see, you know, what quality the components are, just for his confidence. What I've been meaning to do is put them up on the website so I don't have to email them with every order, because I keep forgetting to attach them to the invoice or whatever. But I've forgotten how to upload files to the website for download, so just keep an eye on the product pages. When I figure that out, probably on the weekend, I'll just have that link on the product page. It's just the connector map, so if you do unplug stuff and lose track of what's plugged into what, it's got the little cross-reference chart there, so you can know what plugs into what in each board, because it doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense. Looking good, looking good. Alright, valve socket time. I'm just using the 100-watt tray because I haven't dismantled the 50-watt board yet. I want to do a diagnosis on the existing board before I decommission it. If it's stable and the issue's not related to the board, I might just sell the board on eBay or something for like $100. That's the Marshall board, I mean. Because it is the new material. I think it's issue 10. But the issue 10 still does have issues, but mainly layout related, not so much the material. Sweet as bro. What time's the coffee shop shut? Ah, it shuts at 1. It's no fun. Damn these people that don't drink coffee throughout the day. They only have their breakfast coffee and they're done. Oh, love the HV slots, yeah. Just gives a bit of extra isolation. I don't know why they didn't do that on the Marshall boards. They probably might have even gotten away with it if there wasn't such a potential difference between those two terminals from the day they were manufactured. Who knows how Marshall's mind works. So part of the reason I love doing these streams is because I used to love watching Lewis Rossman work on MacBooks when I was working in a drafting job where I was drawing stupid drawings for architects all day long. And I really miss his live streams where he was actually doing the repairs himself. The sound of the fume extractor in the background, it's like ASMR. "50 years from now, that solder will all have tin whiskers." Not necessarily, because it's got silver added, which mitigates that. But having said that, tin whiskers grew out of standard solder anyway. Tin whiskers doesn't really grow out of solder. In my experience, it grows out of plating on metal that's had stress done to it. Now, while they still don't really know what causes it, it tends to grow out of the component leads where they're bent. And they are either copper or steel plated with solder, essentially tinned. And it comes out of where the bend in the lead is. And it comes out of pot casings, like the rear of a pot. And it tends to propagate out from where the fold, like where the corner of the can is. So it seems to seems to be triggered by like mechanical stress rather than solder joints themselves. I love work, I can watch it all day, yeah. I'm just adding a bit of a fillet now that we've got flow through to the other side. Sort of rotate the tip around the pin just to ensure flow in all directions. Probably would make sense to get these done in a wave soldering batch, but I prefer to check every component, make sure everything's individually seated correctly. And as soon as you outsource stuff to other people, you lose control of the QC a bit. You need to fix stuff later, and they charge you regardless. So for the volumes we're making these at, I think it makes sense to just hand assemble them still. So you can see there on the other side, we've got flow through every hole. Maybe not complete pad coverage, but point being, we've got sort of like two anchors, sort of like a rivet on both sides of all those pins, and that helps it mechanically as well. Even though it is screwed to the chassis, that is actually the board fixing method for that area of the board, because you see there's a standoff there, a standoff there, and then they've got ones up at the preamp end, but this whole area is sort of supported by those sockets, so they need to be mechanically solid as. Body upregulates adenosine receptors, so caffeine has diminishing returns. Okay. Yeah, pads on both sides, yeah. Double-sided board. You can see there's traces on both sides and pads on both sides. See the preamp sockets? So they're through-hole plated. See, it's plated down within the hole. And there's 2-ounce copper pad on that side, oversized. And then on the other side, same deal. So the pads are like little eyelets too, because the copper's nice and thick. And then they're gold-plated. So they're gold plated, so there's no lead, because the only other option with this manufacturer was tinned, and that tinning, there was no lead free option for tin. So you get the gold plated because there's no lead. Oh, that's my coffee, it's already empty. I'm looking for my tea. Is anyone still here? Oh yeah, still got 50 viewers. Rock and roll. Stayed pretty steady all stream. Must be pretty late though over there in the States, I assume. Where'd you order them? They have lead-free HASL. JLC PCB. No, I got them from... yeah, I did get them from JLC. But there was no option for that. But I don't care, because I just went gold anyway. Oh, it's only early, 6:19. Nothing better to do on a Sunday than watch a dickhead solder stuff. Yeah, I seem to remember whatever parameters I had chosen, there was no option for lead-free HASL, but I didn't really care because I like the gold anyway, and it's also got the added advantage at a glance you can tell if you've forgotten to populate anything, because you'll have a gold pad poking out at you instead of silver everywhere. What are you using to make the bends in the legs? My fingers. Oh, you meant to make the kinks? I've got these fancy pliers. I think I've put them on the description of the video. Lead forming pliers. You might be able to find it in the description. Pretty sure I put it there. Let me know if I haven't. Yeah, there's been some supply chain issues with them. I don't know if they stopped making them or if people started cloning them and the market got flooded with clones. I did buy some and the quality was really shit. I think they might have been fakes. So I bought the ones that cut the component off as well, because they seem to be easier to find when I couldn't find the straight ones. And this is them. You read that? But then this is the original ones I had. PNG 5000s. So they just have the forming only, whereas they've got the form and cut. So you need to solder them from the top side or they fall out. Yeah, Hakko started making them too. Yeah, I'm not sure if they outsourced it or something funny happened in the supply chain. I'm not sure what. The supplier I used ran out of them, and I used to sell them on my website because everyone asked about them, so I thought I may as well buy them in bulk and sell them for, I don't know, 20-30% margin. But then getting them became difficult, so I stopped getting the right ones. Anyway, they started saying, oh yeah, the Lumix is dead. Gotta get a power supply for that. Flow, damn you, flow. It's the kickback diode on the relay coil. UF4007. What is this component? That would be 10K 1 watt metal film resistor. No, 100K. That's the cathode follower, cathode resistor. I'm just testing my memory of the board. This would be the preamp final dropper. And its filter cap. Come on, slow. This would be the preamp penultimate dropper. And its filter cap. And this would be the phase inverter node dropper. And its filter cap. And this would be the screen node dropper, big 270 watt, 270 ohm, 210 watt thing. Let's push that down. I'll do that with these caps too, because I forgot to do it before. Screen grid resistor. Just make sure it's seated. The other one. Make sure it's seated. Now we've got the screen node filter caps in series. And they've got balancing resistors across them, as well as double duty for bleeder resistors. So it discharges them over time, 220k, one on each cap. We've got the same deal for the main nodes, so they're the two big Magewell caps down there, 330 in series, so half of that overall, because series caps are half the, well, you know, it's the inverse rule, same as parallel resistors, but the other way around. They've got balancing resistors across them as well, because they're in series. Right, then we've got our HT rectifiers. It's just for UF 4007s. I've gone with UFs because they're a bit faster acting, so that can manifest itself as lower rectifier noise. And they're the same price anyway, so I figured I may as well. Some of these leads just feel like they're not folded with the components seated. That's half the battle. You can help them down after the fact, but it's good to get them. See, there's a big curve there, and it allows a lot of movement of those components. See how much is straight through the board. So I like to straighten them out again. Same with these. And bend them right at the root. So now chances are I'll be able to solder them and they'll be hard against the board already without us having to reseat them. Sweet as, bro. Same thing with the heater balance resistors. Got to put the board up on edge to look at them. Hopefully Penny Boy will learn how to focus one of these days. Hey, there you are. Sort of. Oh, I just punched myself in the face. That'd be good. We've got this saying in Australia, I don't know if it's over there. If you do something stupid, you go, oh, fucking give yourself an uppercut, would you? Cup of tea. I want a coffee. I want another coffee. Admiral Quality, did you study electronic engineering in school, Brad, or Dad taught you, or both? Dad taught me a bit, but he didn't like teaching me. He'd just say, read the book, you dickhead, fuck off, leave me alone. He probably teaches me more these days than he ever did back then. I think, and maybe if you're listening, Dad, you could enlighten us, but I think at the end of the day, he didn't really want to think about electronics after working all day, so that might have had something to do with it. That resistor's not sitting right. I'm going to reseat that. But yeah, no EE course or anything, just self-taught, I guess. I'm just going to throw those resistors out because I don't like bending the leads twice. You can weaken them, and I've got plenty of them. But no, I'm just, like I say, I'm just a janitor with a fucking soldering iron, eh? And it's just a weird hobby for me. Have you done much surface mount soldering like Rossman? I haven't done like the full-on reballing of BGAs and stuff like he used to. I don't even know if he does it anymore. I think he invested in one of the machines and it sort of worked, but sort of high failure rate. I may be wrong there. I think I don't know if he's still got Paul on the scene, but there's another dude that works there. But yeah, I do SMD stuff. I've done it on stream. I did it yesterday. But I think the most complex thing I've ever done was reballing a USB controller chip and reseating that because it had contamination under it. But that was like a one-off. It was only because the USB controller chip was obsolete. I've heard of musicians' kids who weren't allowed to play their instruments, so they wanted to very much and did every chance they got. Yeah, right. It's sort of like a taboo thing. Alrighty then, soldering time. Aren't R62 and 63 V-Shape PR02 series? I've moved over to Yageo FMP 200 series, half the price with the same specs, just a little tip. Pretty much everything on these Yageo except for, what is it, 62 and, which ones are they? 62 and 63, 62 and 63. Okay, so the reason I stuck with V-Shape there is because the leads are nice and thick. So I did use Yageo on the prototypes, but I wasn't happy with how thin the leads are. They don't stay where they're put, and I wanted to bend them away from those caps and have them stay there, and there is a bit of stuff happening in this area, so that was a conscious decision to stay with the V-Shapes for them, because the leads are nice and thick, where the Yageos are just as thin as they use on the 1-watts. Probably got a proto here. Oh no, they're packed away now. I put them in a box and took them home. If you want a kid to be interested in something, tell them to stay away from it. Yeah. True words. The Yageo stuff is fantastic if you don't need it lifted off the board, or if you're not doing point to point. I prefer the V-Shape for point to point stuff, for, you know, repairs and restorations and whatever, because yeah, the leads, it's like literally twice as thick and they stay where you put them. No, if you're doing circuit board stuff, the Yageos are fine, like I say, if they're against the board, or if it's not a critical high voltage thing. They're the main dropper resistors, so they need to be pretty resilient, and also wanted them off the board a bit for ventilation so they can dissipate, not get hot. But any other situation, the Yageos are my go-to. They are my preferred resistor, actually. And I only get the V-Shapes when I'm trying to take advantage of that lead strength, because they are thicker. That's probably why they're expensive, because the leads are twice as thick. I believe they're copper as well, whereas some of the cheaper resistors, they're steel. Steel can be a bit brittle. Copper can too if you bend it. Work hardens and then can become brittle as well. Yeah, but Yageo, man, when you buy them in bulk, it's crazy. Like all the carbon films on this are Yageo. So all of them, they're all Yageo. And sometimes you'll have like 10 resistors, and they'll be like $1 each. And then if you order 50 resistors, they'll be like 20 cents each. Massive quantity savings. So sometimes I'll be doing a batch of boards, and say the 100k resistors, I know I'm going to use a fuck ton of them in the future on these and just repair jobs and stuff. So I'll just order like 100 of them, even if I only need like 20, and I'll just put them in the drawer, and for the next batch I'll just either won't have to order them, or I'll only order a few. My whole bill of materials for my next project is fully Yageo. Yeah, I haven't had any issues with them. They're really good quality, man. Stick with them. Mechanically, if they're fine, go with them. And the other thing is, some of the Yageo lead lengths are longer than some of the V-Shapes, so you might need them to be able to reach stuff, especially in the old school, like turret and eyelet board builds, where you've got a pretty long span between those connectors, between those eyelets. It's worth but it's worth noting the V-Shape PR series has both copper and iron leads. Oh, okay. In different models or different power ratings, maybe? Love it when people keep giving me tips to be more efficient making these things, but they don't understand that I actually do it for a form of meditation. So I kind of sometimes don't want to make it too efficient. Like my colleagues, when we were discussing making one of these, we were gonna sort of shared a bit of notes and some ideas on, you know, how we're going to go about it. I ended up just sort of running my own race, but they were going to make all the low voltage stuff surface mount. So everything signal carrying that didn't have like plate potential on it was going to be surface mount. All the foot switching stuff and relay and muting circuitry was going to be surface mount. But I was potentially going to make these DIY as well, so I went about the fully through hole, and then that's what I ran with, because I thought about it and I thought a lot of these amps get really abused, man. Ryan is trying to ring me, hang on. Sorry, champions. Yeah, I was on the phone. One of my customers and a mate of mine is he's booked in some guitars for servicing before they go to France and do a tour, or Europe. I think they're doing a few dates. And he forgot he gave them to me. So he's looking, searching for these guitars everywhere, freaking out because he's like, you know, heirloom guitars in the collection.
Our receiver shit itself.
Go old school champions. Hang on.
Hey, oh, hey, hey. Testing, testing. Hey, yeah. Probably a bit better anyway. Hey, hey. It's the nice Audio Technica mic. It's a bit of a skookum choocher. I'm hardwired. I haven't got the wireless mic set up there. I'm just going straight into the Mo2. But added advantage of no batteries to worry about. Does it sound better? Does it sound nicer? Is it clipping? Is it clipping? Let's have a listen. Testing, testing, hey, yeah. Testing, testing, hey, yeah. That's really good. Hey, yeah. Sweet. Sounds good. I think it sounds a lot nicer than the Audio Technica thing. Great sound, Rossman, good. Yeah, he's got the I forget the brands. The really fucking expensive one. This is Audio Technica. Oh, I can't remember the number. Nothing in there to tell me either. It's got the power supply thing that goes into the whatsy thing with the stuff. Normally, I used to use this with my body pack, the wireless thing, but you go through 2 AA batteries every stream. It seemed wasteful. But when it's not plugged into the wireless pack, I just need to take it off if I go anywhere to do anything, which is a bit annoying. It's nice being able to walk around with the thing, but I've got to charge the Rode receiver. Did I say Audio Technica before? Rode. The one I normally use is a Rode Wireless Go 2 with the Rode Lav into the transmitter. It's acceptable, but it sounds a bit lispy, and the S's, it sounds like there's like a real sharp cutoff on the high frequencies, so that has the effect that it sounds like I've got a lisp, whereas the top end's a lot more open in this one. Yeah, so Rossman worked at Avatar Studios. So he knows good sound, and he won't fuck around with cheap stuff when it comes to audio. I know he's got a massive Tori Amos fetish. Can't blame him. Well, I wonder if he listened to Kate Bush back in the day or not. I wonder if he listens to other similar artists. I really like Fiona Apple. She's got this real I don't give a fuck sort of vibe. I love it. And her latest, I think it's still her latest album, Fetch the Bolt Cutters. It's a great album. Really like her stuff. I've always been a massive fan of Ani DeFranco, or Annie DeFranco, however you want to say it. Come close to seeing her a few times. She pulled the pin on the last tour planned out here because of COVID lockdowns. We actually had tickets to that too, but they gave us a refund. That was at the Opera House. Hopefully she comes back out again soon. I'll fangirl out over that shit. I'll be losing my shit. It's funny, I can go see Bloodduster, and then I can go see Ani DeFranco, and then go see Hiatus Coyote, and I don't get these people that just like one genre of music, and it's usually metalheads that are to blame for it. No, not only do I only listen to metal, but I only listen to this one particular subgenre of metal. It's like, why limit yourself? So weird. Like, no, I only eat this one food. What? Okay, whatever. You ran monitors for Ani DeFranco. Fuck yeah, what was that like? When was that? Is that like 90s or more recent? Hello Birmingham, man. That song just breaks me to pieces. I gotta not listen to it when I'm doing stuff because turns me into a friggin' puddle. Oh, how much length have I got? Oh, I think I've got customers trying to get in again. She had a DBX subharmonic synth on her acoustic wall. 96, fuck yeah, that was right in the heyday. You've turned us on to Some really good music. I listen to all kinds of stuff from classical to cowpunk. I love cowpunk. Fuck yeah, Seth. Good stuff. I'm glad you actually follow it through. Sometimes you see like you give some, not recommendations, but just like, oh, I'm listening to this and it's fun. It's up to you. I'm not saying you have to go listen to it, but you may enjoy it. Hopefully you do. But you often sometimes feel like you're just throwing stuff out in the breeze and nothing's sticking. But it's great to hear some people are just having a look and having a listen. Not a Pretty Girl is the current record. Yeah, that was a classic. It took a long time for Red Letter Year to grow on me, but now I listen to it and it feels like home again. Like sometimes when you get into an artist late and then you listen to their new stuff, you just wish it was more of their old stuff, but you eventually mature and you realize that, you know, you can't release the same album fucking 10 times in a row. People change, people mature, and you're joining them for the ride, you know. You're joining them for their life. And people change, you know, so you can't expect the same album over and over again. You're silly. Alright, champions, now I'll put my bloody trolley out of reach. Give me a sec. Bro, door. Oh, man. Geez, I've got a good wife. I wouldn't have any other wife. She went and got me a coffee before the coffee shop shut, which is 1 minute away. Not only that, she got me a little banana bread. And it's got the little mascarpone. Is that what you call it? That stuff. Got little chocolate chips in it. Look at that. So bad for me. I was just talking about losing weight. Now I've got banana bread. Sarah Lee was playing bass with Arnie. She's a bassist for B-52s, yeah. Wow. Wonder if that was the one where they did the live recordings, that tour. Uber Eats delivery. Thanks, Michelle. Marshall is right. Bluetooth is the future.
You're impressed by a lot of it. So you're talking the Aussie music list I put up there, Seth? Man, in the late 80s, early 90s, or even all the 80s into the early 90s, or even the late 90s, pretty much the 80s and 90s was dominated by Australian music. We were everywhere. No recordings that night. Yeah, but I think they recorded a live album on that tour. Seem to remember. Not sure if it was one night or made up of multiple gigs. Wonder if they got videos out. She must have done DVDs back in the day because she was pretty popular. Dropped off a bit now, but all music's dropped off a bit now, isn't it? And someone was saying the other day how much it sucks that there's no real bands in mainstream music anymore. It's all pop stars and individual people with session musicians. And I gotta say, I agree. The world needs more bands. So, James, were you a monitor tech for many people, or was that like a one-off? Oh, there's a new Exodus album coming out. So, YouTube's ended monetization for AI slop videos. I think that's awesome. It's a step in the right direction anyway. Let's just hope they continue to be able to enforce it. That's pretty cool. I've never noticed that before. Apparently an Olympus poster. It's one of their death metal albums. Made it into a Sopranos episode. Oliver. Fuck yeah. James Gandolfini looking as good as ever. I'll be damned. Anyway, back to work. Did a lot of work for shows going through the local college. There is a fantastic individuals more easy to manipulate. Absolutely, Ted. That's probably part of it. Also easier to organize too, I guess, though. You don't have 4 or 5 egos to worry about. You've only got one, and you can easily manipulate them. Yeah, easy to manipulate. Yeah, that's probably it. Probably a big one anyway. Yeah, there is a radio station I've been listening to out here called 2SER. And it's a not-for-profit radio station in Sydney. I know, crazy, right? Not-for-profit. Broadcasting on the frequency 107.3 FM. It's operated by Sydney Educational Broadcasting Limited and is co-funded by 2 universities, the University of Technology Sydney and Macquarie's University. So it's like our community radio. I have been listening to it quite a lot and learning a lot about local artists, which I didn't know about. And if you want to listen to it, champions, they have an online station. You can listen to it anywhere in the world. Better money as a single artist rather than a whole band of morons. Yeah, but a whole band of morons is more fun. See, I've been listening to 2SER quite a bit since our other sort of youth radio station out here's turned to absolute pus about 10 years ago, more. And Double J's good, but it can get a bit generic. It doesn't push the boundaries really that much, unless it's a special show. I like music that's a bit challenging to listen to and a little bit challenging to approach. Sometimes it's a bit too easily digestible. Musicians are like herding cats. Yeah, it's like trying to nail jelly to a tree. Pardon me? We have been streaming for 5 hours. And Sony's been okay ever since I put the fan on it. Alright, that one's done. Next. Our government public radio sucks balls now. Folkways was a government subsidised entity that sought out all kinds of rural and remote location musicians with tape recorders. Nice. Terry, how you going, legend? What's happening? See, that's the beauty of streaming long term. People come and go. You see everyone on their lunch break. And here I am soldering like a dickhead. Good to hear from you, Terry. Nothing to really see here today. It's not that exciting. I'm just knocking up some boards on my day off. Day off. This is my idea of a day off, though, because I'm a weirdo. Four Triple Z in Brisbane is great. Each show is its own programming, like what Triple/Double J used to be back in the old days. Yeah, that's what 2SER's like. Each segment is a completely different DJ, and they play whatever the fuck they want. They don't have like a mandated sort of playlist or, you know, whatever quotas, any shit like that. They just play whatever the fuck they feel like, and I reckon that's fantastic. That's what it should be. Mesa caliber 22 on the bench. Lots of damage. Ugh. I know exactly what you're dealing with, buddy. Terry, do you have any social media presence or anywhere where we can see the work that you do? I'm sorry if you do and I've missed it, but you can just put it up here for everyone if you want, because you do good work. Tell us a bit about yourself, Terry. Whereabouts are you? Are you full-time, part-time? Are you retired? Are you got a shop front, workshop? Let the champions know. Whereabouts are you? Son's working on a website. Ah, sweet. Let me know when you do it. I'll post it up. Get you a bit of exposure if I can. Remember that show, Northern Exposure? I'm surprised I haven't rebooted that. Engadine. So you're down near Gav. Coat Guitars. You know Gav? Gav's a busy boy. He works in avionics as well. So he's got a real job as well as a pretend job like me. Still feel like this is a pretend job. Oh, you don't know Gav? He's at Heathcote. He does guitars as well as amps. I think it's sort of 75% guitars, 25% amps. Da-da-da-da-da. Mess of the gifts that keeps on giving, yeah, just like herpes. Once you sort out the weak spots, the caliber are reasonably reliable. It's amazing how much damage that board can take and still not go conductive. If only Marshall learned that lesson. But like, Marshall just got unlucky with the JCM 2000 series because it's not like they were making the PCBs in-house and sourcing their own fiberglass. I dare say that would have been outsourced. This is my sole income. I do studio call-out work, tape machines, pro audio gear. That's where the money's at. So what tape machines have you been working on recently? I try to avoid tape machines because people want you to just spend 2 hours on them and make them work again. But by the time they come in, they've been so neglected. They've bought them off a studio that used to maintain them 20 years ago, but hasn't touched them since. And they expect to be able to run them on a shoestring budget. It's like, by the time it gets to you, it's been so neglected, it needs like a full rebuild. And that's like a week's worth of work. You need to charge like 10 grand for that, plus parts. And they never want to put the money in. They're like, what? I bought it for 2 grand. It's like, yeah, well, that's why. So you have to explain to them that tape machines are mechanical devices. The heads need demagnetizing and lapping. By the time they get to you, they probably are fucking well overdue for lapping. All the rubber is starting to disintegrate. No one really makes any replacement anymore, and the ones that are available, new old stock, are just as degraded because their rubber's just as old and dehydrated. They need a full recap on every module, and when you're talking a 24-channel tape machine, multiply however long it takes to recap one card, multiply that by 24. Massive amounts of work, and no one seems to want to admit how much work is required. And then if there's any issues at all with it after doing all of that, well, then you need to start diagnosis after the restoration. So yeah, I reckon you probably know exactly what I'm talking about there, don't you, Terry? You can't run multi-track reel-to-reels on a shoestring budget, and expect performance out of them anyway. Marshall's PCB supplier didn't properly passivate the fiberglass, so they go conductive, and they kept using the same suppliers. Yeah. You can say fuck here, Terry. It's all right. You won't get what am I trying to say? You won't get censored here, mate. Don't worry about that. You only get censored if you're a cockhead. You just get booted. I love it. Don't you love it how cockheads get so indignant when you remove their comments? Oh, you're censoring me. No, I'm just... It's like if you came to someone's house and you walk into someone's house for a barbecue on a Sunday and it's like, you're a fuckwit, you're a piece of shit, you're an asshole, you're a liar, you're a fuckwit, and then they expect they won't get kicked out of the house? Like... Really? So you boot them out and they're like, oh, he just censors everyone. No, I'm just booted you out because you're a fuckwit. Getting booted for being a fuckwit's not censorship. It's just getting booted for being a fuckwit. But I love the people that get upset that I swear. And then they have to tell you that they unsubscribed. Like I give a flying rat's ass about their decisions and their opinions. There's no need for that swearing. Unsubscribed. Exclamation mark. And then sometimes, if I'm in a bad mood, I'll write back, yeah, no worries. Good riddance, you puritanical fuck stain. Or something like that. No room for you here anyway. Fuck off. It's not an airport. Don't need to announce your departure. They always need to tell you they're leaving. That tells you what kind of person they are. Self-absorbed, says the live streamer. Recently did some Shep's tube condenser mics. Big bickies there, Terry. For Garth Porter, tubes now cost $3K for a valve. Telefunken AC701. I blame X. Yeah, those people get used to slinging hate 24/7. Yeah, that's just like 4chan now. It's a fucking useless platform. I was never on it anyway, so I don't really care. But some people love the drama and love the activity. I don't know. I personally don't like seeing hatred being spewed towards people that don't deserve it 24/7. If you're going to spew hatred, spew it towards the people that deserve it. Of course, someone in mass psychosis would think the wrong person deserves it, so it's probably a bad example. Some of that Studer stuff required reprogramming EEPROMs and once in a while having to relock the whole system with a different reference block. Jesus. It's time, I think you mean rock? Maybe you're saying a crystal is a rock, I don't know. It was time consuming and often frustrating. I reckon it would be. Yeah, I just did like a shoestring budget repair on a Otari MTR10. It had some of the sensors weren't working, and the grease had hardened in all the damper mechanisms, so they weren't operating like they should. The ship wasn't happening in time, and that was throwing off the sensors, which was throwing it into like an error mode. So removing all that and cleaning off the hardened lube and re-lubricating everything was half the battle. But I said to him, like, unless we do a full-on restoration, you're using this as like an effect machine, basically. It's not your master. And all he used to do is he'd run the mix of the drums through it, push the tape into saturation, and then pull that back into his digital audio workstation just as a stereo mix, and he was happy doing that. But yeah, she needed a bit of work. The heads were in really good condition. That was ex-ABC. They still had the ABC stickers on it from their archival suite, where I guess they'd back up recordings and stuff from older formats into analog, 2-channel, 2-track. Who knows what? It was from the archival center, but I don't know what they used it for particularly. But yeah, there could have been some classic recordings going over those heads. Who knows? You see these old machines, you sit there and daydream about, I wonder what was recorded with this thing over its life. Could have just been used to record Parliament question time or something. Something boring like that, but who knows? Well, this is the 7th pour, champions. We've got 3 more to go. And then I'm going to call it quits for the day. And go and get some exercise. Some sunshine. Ow. Gonna do some paperwork too. Got to do some ordering. Day is never over, legends. Always more shit to do. Always behind. Always trying to catch up. Falling over, and the legs are only just catching up. Is your store closed on Mondays? Yes, it is. Sessions with Jeff. I started closing on Mondays a couple of months ago because I just needed a day to concentrate on stuff. Because it can be extremely, like, painfully, like, you get a tension headache, stressful, trying to figure stuff out while people are coming and going. It was really affecting my mental health to a degree. So, and it was also, I was getting people ringing and aggressively chasing a job that required woodworking or spray painting. And Saturday I work for a half day, but usually I keep working until sunset, at least in winter. So usually leaving at maybe 5, 6 on a Saturday after having worked all morning, usually live streaming before I open. So generally the Saturday starts at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. or whatever. I get up and get ready and come down and start live streaming from 7 a.m. And at 10 a.m. on a Saturday, I open the shop. And we're open till 2 p.m. And then after I close, I usually do the reconciliation and paperwork, so invoicing, quotes, ordering, that kind of thing. Just cleaning up the place too. I usually don't get out of here until like at least 5 on a Saturday. Then Sunday, I'll usually be doing like housework and stuff, maybe some woodworking stuff in the garage. If the weather's good, maybe try and get some coats of lacquer on. But usually Sunday was like spending time with Michelle, and usually that night we've got a family dinner or something. So Sunday's pretty much scrubbed. So the only day I really had to do stuff at home or have time for myself or work on the bike or cabinet making or whatever was, well, I didn't have any time. So I said, fuck this, and started having Mondays off. Most Mondays are pretty quiet here anyway. A little bit like hospitality time. It gets busier towards the weekend. But yeah, just started having negative time to myself every week. So it started really getting to me a bit. So I thought, nope. A lot of stores don't open on Monday. I'm going to be one of them. Bit of a dry joint there. Hey, Lyle's back. Regent Sound is now a tiny guitar shop, one of the last ones hanging in on Denmark Street. Ah. Are we talking about Memphis? Or different? I'm lost. Sorry, I'm only looking at the chat every 5 seconds. 5 minutes, sorry. Oh, we're talking about London. Yeah, not many great studios left. End of an era. True. It has opened it up a bit, though. I mean, I think there's a lot of music we wouldn't have heard if it was still sort of the gate-kept, you know, expensive industry. Of course, I'm biased because I'm into DIY punk stuff, so... There's also, I guess, the argument that the gatekeeping was sort of keeping the quality high too, but I don't know. I've heard a lot of really terrible music come out of some really expensive studios, so I'm looking at you, Nashville. London, yeah. I wanted to go to Baker Street Station, man. It's like one of the oldest train stations in the world. It looks fucking gorgeous. But yeah, I've got to give you a tour of Sydney Central Station because they've renovated it all and it's fucking, some of it's like really impressive. There's still some renovations happening there though, so some areas are still building sites essentially. So I might wait till it's all 100% complete and give you a tour. We know there's going to be good internet there. There's 5G everywhere. Much to all the hippies' dismay. It's a tube station, mate. Yeah, but it's like it's the one that's in all the paintings and stuff. It's just the history. The history. I wonder I wonder how many street musicians play sax that Baker Street solo there on the busking circuit in that area. It's like one of those songs that really gets on your nerves if you hear it too much. And then fucking Foo Fighters covered it. And all the butt rock stations started playing the Foo Fighters version. Do you guys know what butt rock is? I think we've been over that not too long ago, but refresher course time. Who knows what butt rock is? Covent Garden is insane. 14 floors. Jesus. Yeah? That deep. That's like some of the stations in Tokyo. Like mental engineering. That's in my head. Oh, I just realized the noise suppression gets rid of whistling. Kangaroo. No, it's no. Oh, kangaroo rock is better than butt rock. Right, okay. Greater than. So no one knows what butt rock is? So butt rock is stuff like the typical one they go to is Nickelback, but it's like Nickelback, Three Doors Down, fucking bands like Creed. It's all the stuff they play on the stations where the intermission goes nothing but rock, nothing but rock. So that's butt rock. Anything that gets played on a station that says that shit in the intermissions. So stuff that your insufferable uncle listens to if you're a Gen Zer. I know butt rock, but I wish I didn't. Yeah. I heard Creed's back together. Oh, I thought Mark Tremonti was above that. I hope he's not involved. Doing the Clayton's Pearl Jam thing. Here in town this week, really? Is Tremonti in with them again? Hope not. This is actually a good guitarist. I think he can do better than Creed. But, you know, wine mums being wine mums, they'll pay to see it. Oh, sorry, the husband will pay to see it. Kicked off the new tour. Fuck. You put your town on the UN watch list if that kind of shit's going down there. Peacekeeping. The original crew, fuck, really. I wonder if they're playing the first album. Creed. It's for bands. It's for guys that that have their kids' names tattooed on their arms but don't have custody of them. Did you hear Tremonti doing Frank Sinatra? What? Oh, if I didn't get a copyright strike, I'll listen to that now just for a bit of fun. But I'm talking like Alter Bridge and stuff. But yeah, okay. I never got into it because the production wasn't, I don't know, too homogenized. I like stuff a bit more, bit raw, douche rock. Oh shit! Slipped. That droning vocals late post grunge shit from the 90s, early 2000s. It made me stop listening to radio completely. I could have a car with no radio and never miss it. Yeah, it was very weird. It was a strange sort of mass psychosis event where everyone thought that sounded good. I mean, like, because, you know, it started with people overdoing the Eddie Vedder thing, but Eddie just had a crooning voice. It wasn't that extreme, but I think Creed came out and was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, if I was Eddie, like, yeah, I don't know. I test things. Hey, what are you testing? That's a cool, it's a cool profile name. Straight to the point. Do you test people's patience? Sounds like an interesting name for a channel. I might check your channel out. Yeah, Mad Season. Mad Season is fucking great. I always forget how good that album is. And now that I'm older, listening to it, I understand the subject matter a bit more, considering, well, what happened to Lane. But yeah, like, Wake Up. It's obviously about heroin. But yeah, I do love that album. Couple of solder blobs. For some reason, she's gotten solder blobs on all the ceramics. I don't know why. Not enough to use a solder extractor, but I see so many through holes, my fingers already hurt, yeah. I do this for fun, believe it or not. Well, 50 of you are watching, so you mustn't hate it. Yeah, I just use bad grammar. Speaking of grammar, one thing's been concerning me recently. I know everyone's sort of getting more and more illiterate every year, but no one understands possessive apostrophes anymore. People either use them where they're not supposed to, or they don't use them where they are supposed to. I don't know. Is it a standardized thing, like from region to region, or I know the English language is a hodgepodge of supposed guides and rules that get ignored, but oh, you don't like collective soul? I don't mind collective soul. That one song where they used a really bad drum machine, and everyone thinks it's a real drum kit, but I can hear that it's a drum machine. You know, that main song of theirs. Maybe we just didn't get smashed with it as much as you guys. I'm just too snobby. Oh, I'm just too snobby. Where's snobby? Where am I too snobby? Am I going to snobby? Is that a town? Mum played guitar and I grew up with stuff like the Beatles. The Ventures. Yes, the Ventures. I love the Ventures. C&W? What's C&W? Am I dumb? Yes, I am. Booker T and the MGs. Fuck yeah, I grew up on that shit. Dad still plays that every time I see him. He still plays Green Onions. It's just the ultimate gangster song, isn't it? I mean, that's why they used it on all the Tarantino movies and shit. We're just rolling full steam towards Idiocracy. Yeah. Level with me, Brad. Whatever happened to Silverchair? Well, aren't they planning on getting back together too? They got back together, I think, for one gig. Oh, country and western. Okay. We got both kinds, country and western. That track was built on the demo, and that's how the drum machine ended up on it. Oh, okay. Interesting. Both kinds of music. The good old boys. Where are the good old boys? Yeah, it is therapeutic, Colin. That's why I'm doing it on my day off. You feel like you're getting something done. You get to be, you know, like OCD. And at the end of it, you're fully stocked with a nice product. And everyone's happy and loves using it, and happy days. It's good. It's a nice feeling. And I get to see my PCB artwork over and over again. Make improvements, learn how to do stuff differently to make for a better product. I'll just go right out the check on the, you know, dashboard. Yeah, he did say you know too, didn't he? On the, you know, dashboard. I love that movie. It's the best movie ever made. He's a good country key. Such a good movie, such good session musicians, such good star content. Best movie ever. The fact they tried to remake it in 2000 was a crime. To this day, like, if I'm out having a beer with my brother and the boys, and and there's three of us, in for a shout, we'll go orange whip, 3 orange whips. That just means 3 beers to us. John Candy. John Goodman, yeah. He's a good guy too. Fucking Roseanne. Jesus. She turned out to be a fucking useless fuck. I was actually, when Shell and I were out of town, we had time to kill and we were in a country town when nothing was going on. We were waiting for a wedding. Didn't really know anyone, so, country towns, they're pretty dead. Except for like night when everyone comes out because everyone's out working. So we were just sitting in the like the Airbnb hotel thingy, middle of nowhere in the middle of the desert. We were just watching Roseanne reruns, and I forgot how good that show was. Darlene was my favorite character, and the dude, I forget his name, but the dude that ended up being on, Darlene's actor did too. I can't remember the actress. But David, her on again, off again partner in it, was like, he was really good in that. He ended up being on bloody whatever that fucking comedy that's on every night is. Big Bang Theory, that's it. Toast, dry white toast. There's two white boys dressed up like scenic diamond merchants out there. Galecki, what? Oh, yeah, that was his name, wasn't it? You asked, my goal for the channel is to test different electronic things and tools. Cool. Is there a focus on audio stuff or just electronic things in general? Johnny Galecki. So that's the dude out of Big Bang Theory's name, is it? Why have I still got an earpiece from the phone call half an hour ago? I hate that show, yeah. It's pretty lame. It was a little bit funny the first fucking time around, not the subsequent 50. Bit like 2.5 Men. It was just like every night. There was like 3 episodes of it every fucking night for like 10 years. Yeah, just getting their money's worth. Which is part of the reason I don't watch TV anymore. Like, at all. I don't really know anyone that watches TV anymore. They all watch, like, streaming services or YouTube. Paul Schaefer was contractually barred from being in the first Blues Brothers. Really? Second movie was horrible, using Cropper, Dunn, Marini, Rubin, Murphy, Malone, etc. was epic. Thanks, John Landis. Paul Schaefer was contractually barred from being in the first movie. Was he? So that is the second. Is the second one? Does that have Paul Schaefer in it? Yeah, don't get me started on her, Ted. Why watch TV when one can watch and prepare streams and learn? Exactly. AP350. Because I think I mentioned last time the suspiciously weapon-sounding profile name. All right. Board number 7. Oh, shit. Board number 7. Trying to watch 2 streams at once. Jesus, don't cross them, Lou. Never cross streams. Takes us to another classic movie. Schaefer was the original music director on SNL. He was the third creator of the Blues. Because it was on. Because they were a bloody Saturday Night Live sketch before it was a movie, wasn't it? Just like Wayne's World. And is that where Whose Line Is It Anyway came from too? What Drew Carey's up to these days? I bet he's done the Ozempic thing like every other fucker, and now he doesn't even look like himself. I used to love Drew Carey's show because you could tell that they were smiling because they were struggling not to laugh the whole time. And that, like, bounced off the viewer, and then the viewer... It's like when you're at school and you're in trouble and your mate starts giggling and you start giggling, and before you know it, you're fucking in the principal's office. That was the vibe it was like on the Drew Carey show. They were always like 3 seconds away from losing their shit. It was the adaptation of a British show, really? Okay. Yeah, Drew Carey show was great, wasn't it? I fucking loved it. I should watch it again, but whenever I watch 90s stuff, I get nostalgic and then I get upset because when the show ends, we've got to go back to 2025 when I just want to go back to 1995. He dropped a bunch of weight and had eye surgery. Well, fuck. There goes his two things. Being a fat jolly man and having glasses. Won't even look like himself anymore. Oh, I hope he's happy. Whatever. Not my life to live. He's the one that's got to live in it. Drew was doing The Price Is Right, really. Shit, I'll have to watch the Whose Line Is It Anyway, the British version, because usually the Americans adapt stuff and completely fuck it up. Like they did for Kath and Kim, like they did for Shameless. Tried to watch the US Shameless, it's just shit. The UK one's heaps better. It's rawer. It's more in your face and gross, which is exactly what it should be. What is it? The alcoholic Frank is way filthier. Zempic is definitely not magical. Yeah, it's not. Craig Ferguson, yeah, he's hilarious. He gets red hot on his fucking show that he had. I don't think it's on anymore, but I don't know how he got away with all that flirting that he did with the female guests. I don't know if that was part of the contract and they had to reciprocate or not, but I mean, I know chicks love a Scottish accent, but fuck. Actually, yeah, thinking about it, if Shell was on that stream, she'd probably flirt hard with him because she'll do anything for a Scottish accent. Hands off, Martin, if you're still here. Actually, a Scotsman just left a comment on my channel. I've got to answer. He said some nice things. I like to answer people from Scotland. Yeah, it is, eh? It's like the Americans don't have any original ideas. They just steal everything off Britain. Why? Because they don't get the tongue-in-cheek humour. Everything needs explicit explanations, and then the moment's passed. It's like everyone's had that mate that, like, tells a joke, and you're at the bar, and someone tells a joke, a genuinely funny fucker, and everyone loses their shit. And then your mate tries to tell a story and it's not that funny, and sort of the moment passes and then he's still explaining it, like why you should laugh, and oh yeah, it's because this, yeah. And you're all just like, yeah. So who's up for a drink? Lyle almost got into a fight with the Scot. Oh my god, they tried to do an American Faulty Towers, really? I think Schitt's Creek was pretty good though. I sort of watched it grudgingly, but then every time I did watch it, it was genuinely funny. It's got fucking, look at the cast, they're bloody legends. Oh, it was Canadian, was it? Oh, there you go. That's why it's funny. I didn't mean that. I thought it was American. Sorry. You all sound the same. CBC, okay. Well, between that and Trailer Park Boys. Who's got your belly? Yeah, I'd say, I think American The Office seemed to, yeah, it sort of formed its own thing, didn't it? It wasn't just because the characters were so different. Oh, I never watched IT Crowd. Heard mixed reviews. I had a Welsh maths teacher. We call it maths. I suppose you'd say Welsh math teacher here in high school. And he's a good guy, but we used to call him Scottish because it would give him the shits. Typical math teacher look, had the socks pulled up around his shins, cardigan with a collared shirt poking out of it. Just one sec, teens. Mitchell and Webb look, yeah. I haven't got into that yet, but I've seen heaps of shorts and stuff. Looks funny. Are we the bad guys? So yeah, if you like dry humor, be sure to check out that Fisk show I shared earlier. I'm not sure if you guys got it or not. Can't remember who was here then. People come and go, you know. Long live streams being what they are. I'm going for a bushwalk today. Just kind of getting sick of walking on the running on the path. I have been looking at watches, Lyle. So yeah, the Seiko, I think the Prospect series we discussed. I think I agree now. I did like the look of some of those dress watches, and I did like the idea of having a watch that I'd just save for going out. But I say that about a lot of things, like the Sony camera, for example. I'll keep it here, just take it out for special occasions, or just leave it at the shop altogether. But then I get excited and I want to drag it everywhere with me, so... I was looking at the Prospects or the Alpinist. Not sure the green goes with the Ranger though. Like, if I wear green, I'm probably going to look like a leprechaun. So maybe I'll go blue. Blue's my favorite sort of color anyway. It always has been since I grew up. Blue, deep blue. Deep blue, navy blue. So the blue background with the silver band. Some of the leather band ones do look good, but I don't like the way that the leather wears over time. I know you can just replace it, but the NATO straps do look cool too, though. Yes, I recommend quartz so you don't have to set it before wearing. So do they go out that much? That you need to like set it all the time, do you? Why do they even make non-quartz ones? Teach me. Alpinist isn't a dress watch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Alpinist is, if I'd get, yeah, it's not a dress watch. But that's what I'm saying. I won't be getting a dress watch because you talked me out of it. Don't buy anything until we talk again. Okay. Yeah, so the Alpinist is green. That's why it's called an Alpinist. That's why I'm saying, I don't know, does green go with me not looking like a leprechaun? Or will I go blue and go with the Prospect series instead? There's so fucking many. My God. I expect them to have like 8 watches. They've got like 800 different models. That's insane. And they appear to be like current models. Is it the whole venture capitalist thing where you've got to have 5 billion products in your range, A, to force the retailers to buy a fuck ton of your stock, and therefore be your warehouse on your behalf for free, and B, look like your company is bigger than it actually is by having 1 million different products, like Fender releasing like 500 different colors and styles and everything, when really they should probably just make 6 different guitars and maybe 2 colors, 3 colors of each. Just focus on quality instead. But most mechanicals last 30 to 70 hours before windings, but if you wear an automatic mechanical every day, it's self-winding, so you don't have to wind it. Okay. So why do they have winding? Is it just so they don't have a battery? Or is it just because it's traditional? Is it because it's sort of like, why do we use valve amps? Seiko wants to have a watch model for every taste budget. Other brands are more focused. Okay, right. Yes, Seiko's range is insane. massive. I did see a cool world time watch on eBay. It sort of had like an aged sort of bronze look to it. And it had the world time ring that you can rotate around the outside, lock in. I don't like those silicon rubberized bands they have though. It makes it look like a fucking toy. See, James, take it easy, champion. Yeah, you don't have to stick around. It's all right. Come and go, whatever. I know there's various time zones in various areas. I'm just streaming for the fun of it while I'm doing stuff. Some mechanicals aren't automatic. You have to wind them. Oh, okay, hang on. You only need winding to get them started. Ah, right. So what about the kinetic ones that get charged or get, you know, wound by your movement? That's an automatic. Oh, okay, right. I'm learning. I'm learning. Yep, camera's dead again. Starting to bounce batteries quicker than they can charge, so there is kinetic movement, but they're rare, expensive, and problematic. Ah, okay. Gyrating watch story cabinet. Ah. Instant type? No, no one uses instant soldering soldering irons here. That's for like lead light makers and shit. The instant ones are a waste of fucking time. This is a Pace SX90 with a broken installation on the wire, which I can't repair because you can't take this thing apart and you can't take the connector apart at the other end to put a heat shrink on it either, so I might have to look a bit closer at how we take that apart. It is like a $400 iron or something. And then it goes in with a station. It's a sensor temp standard, so you can use it on any sensor temp station, which is the old school one. The IntelliHeat is the new one. The irons look the same, but different connector and different pin out. So they don't work on vice versa stations. All equipment in the doobly-doo, that's right. We've got another AVE watcher here. He just put our video out. I've got to watch that. It's only like 3 minutes, so he's a busy boy. Michelle asked me the other day, how come we don't watch like AVE anymore? You used to watch it all the time. And Big Clive. I said, well, Big Clive went over to Twitch because he had a hissy fit about YouTube blocking one of his thumbnails or something. So he went to Twitch. He does the YouTube videos still, but the live streams are on Twitch. And Twitch I can't listen to while the window's closed. It's like YouTube when you don't have a membership. And I don't really want to sign up to a platform just for one content creator. See how I should catch up with Clive though. It's been a while. I always said I'd meet. Oh, got a phone call. Thought I had my earpiece in. Is that the correct audio source? Yes, it is. Gaff tape suffices. I could probably squeeze a sleeve of some description down there. I don't know. Same story with Hakko. Neither company can get the components they once used anymore, so they were forced to discontinue old standby war horse models now. Yeah. I think that happened before COVID though. I think it was just the shit was end of life because it was that fucking old. Sorry, let me just go back in chat. Text is upside down because you're in the southern hemisphere. No, your text is upside down because you're in the northern hemisphere. As an electrician, the Casio plastic case watches were great. We had to have the fire department cut some melted rings off fingers. Really didn't want to try that trick with a wristwatch. Jesus, yeah. Self-fusing tape and RTV. Yeah, that might work. The self-amalgamating tape. I know what you're talking about, Ted. I think I might have a roll of that at home. 3M grey silicon self-fusing tape, but it's stupid expensive. We use a 3M. I'll try that. Old pay stations can be had super cheap on Fleabay. You can still buy this iron. Like I could order one this afternoon if I wanted to. They're still available. You can get the heating element, you can get all the tips still. So this is the old one, the SX100 sensor temp. You can still get all the parts for that. It's fine. As for the Hakko stuff, the old 90 series, 936 series is obsolete, but you know, they've been around for 40 years. You've heard about Big Clive, you've probably heard about the EEV blog. Oh, have I heard about EEV blog? Come on, mate. I even put a post up where I met Dave. I wondered about that. Yeah, okay. Metallica shut down. Sorry, I'll start again. Metallica shuts down Pentagon's unauthorized use of Enter Sandman in drone video. Good. I heard that in the background. I thought, fucking, they're not going to get away with that. They'll just fucking use it anyway. Scum sucking pieces of shit. Where are we? Come on, computer. No, you don't want to work for me. Okay. No. My 936 made me a lot of money. Well, you'll know this sound, Lyle. Where is it? That's the 936 sound right there. Certain people even listen to the lyrics by NCA. I think not. I don't think they listen to anything, mate. The irony is lost on them, but not on me. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back. My post. I post too much on YouTube, so about this time last year or a bit earlier, I met two Sydney fucking legends. And I got a photo with them. Because why wouldn't you? Just trying to find where that is. Oh, I couldn't have posted it that long ago, Jesus. Just post so much crap. Just share my screen, hang on. Desk share. FYM, that's back when I started making them. 10 months ago. Sorry you have been blocked. That's when the 6L6s, tube amp doctors started failing. There they are. Pardon me. There's Dave Jones and there's Rod Elliott. Two Sydney legends. Let me just share this post and you can go and follow those links if you're not aware of those champions. There you go. You run an SX90 and SX90 desoldering. Okay, I'm running the SX100. I do have the glass extractor in there at the moment. Because I got sick of using the cardboard ones, which cost like $6 each now. So I've gone back to the glass, but it means you got to clean it out and shit. Absolute legends, John. Dave Jones from EV Blog. He has some great stuff on YouTube. He is one of the few people that actually has made a career out of YouTube, but it is relentless. He treats it like a full-time job. Every minute of every day he's working. Now, where am I? Emu Plains, that's right. Yeah, I've got to catch up on Big Clive stuff. Still remember during lockdown, there was, there was a legendary stream on Big Clive where he started streaming. He did do it at night, and that's morning over here, obviously. I thought I'd met Margot Robbie. No, not yet. But who knows in Sydney? I could have walked past her. Who fucking knows? I was walking along and randomly what's the name? From Greece. Olivia Newton-John just walks. He's getting out of a car. I'm just walking past. I'm like, huh, Olivia Newton-John. And Tom Hanks with her. I didn't plan it. I was just walking past. There was a bunch of people gathered. I'm like, what's going on here? And then Tom Hanks and Olivia Newton-John get out of a car, and apparently it was a Baz Luhrmann film premiere. I don't know. I was just walking past looking for a beer. Oh, my ass is getting numb. This chair's not meant for long-term sitting. It's a perch chair. Yeah, I didn't like Olivia Newton-John though, because there was a group called or a solo musician called Olivia Neutron Bomb, and she sued her for using the name, made her cease and desist. It's like, don't punch down. She's not competing with you, for fuck's sake. She's not associated with you. So I didn't really like Olivia Newton-John much after that. You don't punch down champions. Yeah, I've got the Hakko desoldering gun over here. Got the that's the 815. Oh, it's got no tip on it. I do have 2 spares of them too, because I was looking for a heating element. You can see this has started to erode around this area, and this assembly here is available as one piece, or was, but they stopped producing it because they've moved on. But the people I use for solder and soldering stations and all the consumable chemicals and whatever, he said, I think I've got a few hidden away in the warehouse. So he sent me 2 brand new ones in the box, the whole handpiece. So now I've got 2 spares there sitting there waiting for when that one falls apart. And that was the first desoldering gun I bought, and still struggling along, but one day I'll have to decommission it and get the brand new one out. You can still get the tips for them, so that's good from the official place, not like YouTube new old stock or anything. YouTube, not eBay new old stock or anything. You know what I'm trying to say, even if I don't. $474 should be better for the price. Really, I thought they were pretty good. See you, John. Take it squeezy, champ. Sleep tight. Or sleep loose. You do you, man. Where does sleep tight come from? Is that like a sailing thing? JVC clone. Why don't you just get a JVC? Get the real deal, mate. Get a second-hander. See, if you stick with a big brand like Pace or JBC, you'll get ex-fleet stuff. So these repair centers and whatever, they get like an allowance to replace their tools. So they'll have stuff that they decommission, and it's still fucking fine. Might require a little bit of refurbishing, you know, like new tips and stuff. But you often can get some real bargains because it's cheaper. Well, they've got the allocated budget there to buy new gear. And if you don't use your budget, it won't be there next year. So they use it and use it and use it. We know how that works. Alrighty then. Everything tight. Get our box caps down. I don't like secondhand. You haven't lived. You haven't lived till you've had a second hand. Open box SX90 in irons. Do you mean and tips? It's a bargain, mate. It's a good iron. It's just a bit unwieldy because the barrel's so fat. So yeah, I do prefer the Hakko in that respect. What I do want to get one day is a Hakko FX100 for assembly. It's got the induction tip, instant heat delivery, bang, bang, bang. Super quick thermal feedback. I only like the instant type. Are you talking about like the one with the fucking coat hanger hanging out the end of the gun? Brad, I think you put D6 bottom left, those 4 UF. Oh yeah, that wasn't me. That was Michelle. Well spotted. But again, that's why I do the sight check on all of them, compare 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. Michelle. This is another reason why I'm taking my time doing these so we can inspect. But yeah, well spotted. Oh, hang on, I've got to turn the temp up. Yeah, so at the moment, I'm not really looking at the components because the last thing I do before I power them up, once they're cleaned and everything, I'll sit a known good one right next to the next one to be tested, and I'll compare R11, R11, R12, R12, R13, R13, and double check the polarity of all the caps, check that they're all the right way around, check the diodes, all of that all at once, as well as all the values. So yeah, that's the last thing I do before I put it on the test bed, fire it up. Yeah, it's not a design thing. It was definitely a mistake. It's all right. It's QC, brother. That's what we're here for. All right, that iron should be heated up now. Got a large trace on the other side, soaking up a bit of heat. Quite a bit of heat. All right, you can see it melting. All right, so Shell's first mistake. Not bad in 10 boards. Not bad for a goal shooter. That's a position in netball. In case you didn't guess. You need him to find where you put your 10 mil socket. Don't worry about 10 mil socket. It's in a better place now. It's in another universe. They just evaporate. How come there's no conspiracy theorists on what happens to all the 10 mil sockets? Any opinion on the Mesa Teal cab with an 83 EVM12L? Well, that sounds like a pretty good deal, even in US dollars, man. I'd probably jump on that. Mesa cabs are good. This can have a lot of bottom end. Could be too much. Should be suited to like down tuning and heavy shit. Might be a bit too much if you're just playing rock and roll and blues. I like heavy. I already have the EM12. They are heavy. Yeah, they would be. Just use a 3/8 and a hammer. Is that an impact wrench, you reckon? Ain't no tighter than stripped. Oh, I've got to get in touch with Dave Ward this week. You're Aprilia man. Line up some parts. I need some hose fittings and stuff. Proprietary things. A little bit more on the HT quick connects. Two more boards to go, champions. Then you can all go to sleep. I wonder if the lens correction processing is making the camera overheat. 'Cause that's the only setting I've changed recently. And I suppose that would require a fair bit of processing juice. Snakewood. Snakewood's only available in tiny profiles because it's such a small cross section to the tree. But he didn't have BOFA on. There's the fans on, I didn't realise. Yeah, Purple Heart's a hell of a hard timber too. And it's one of those timbers that takes up silica as it grows out of the ground, so it's really hard on the blades. So you want to be using tungsten or your general high-speed steel tools will dull pretty quick working that stuff. See, Colin, take it easy, legend. Thanks for joining us. The other thing they don't tell you about Purple Heart is that the deep purple color fades pretty quickly. It just goes back to normal brown. Yeah, that's the way we did it, Lyle, but everything's already populated. So that's the way we inserted. But now I'm just soldering it all because Shell was going to solder it. She normally solders it all. She soldered the resistors. And then everything after that we didn't get to. So now I'm just soldering where she was up to. But we insert like all the R1s or all the 100Ks or whatever. Then move your way to the next parts bin. That way you don't lose where you're at. It's pretty quick to assemble. But now I'm just sort of going over the whole lot to check. .2:30 p.m. Pretty much ended up being a full day, champions. Just fucking around. Is it the 6700? You have an internal temperature set to high? Yes, I do. Yeah, that's the 6700 there. Like I say, normally I stream with no problems, but today it needed a fan on it. I didn't bother getting the Ulanzi fan because with the normal settings, it never overheats, but It's not that hot in here either. It's like, what, 22 degrees in here? Kind of optimal room temperature. Two a.m. Bloody hell. Go to bed, mate. $6:35 a.m. Friggin' hell. You guys all insomniacs or something? Deluxe Reverb has no effects loop, so I... Hang on, the DR... Do you mean Deluxe Reverb has no effects loop, so just run it clean channel and use pedals? Yes? Question mark. Octave, Fuzz, OD, EQ, Digitech TR7 delay reverb will work okay in front of an amp. Absolutely. The Deluxe Reverb doesn't need an effects loop because you're not getting any meaningful overdrive out of the thing unless you drive the whole amp into overdrive. I think, I don't know, maybe you guys can, like Lyle in particular, can shed some light on this, but I believe the reason the Deluxe Reverb overdrive so beautifully is because all the stages in the amplifier start to overdrive around the same level, so you end up with this glorious multi-dimensional overdrive. If you have just one stage in an amp overdriving at once, it ends up sounding a bit like a shitty fuzz pedal. So you probably noticed looking at like the high gain amps like the PBs and the Messes and the Soldanos and that, they've got like a gain stage, and then they've got a attenuation stage. Well, attenuation between that stage and the next stage. So they've got attenuation between each stage. Like, why wouldn't you just overdrive the fuck out of it? Well, that's why, because they want each stage to overdrive a little bit, and it adds this beautiful swirly multi-dimensional sort of sound as the note decays and changes the character of the pick attack. But if you've got an amplifier like the Deluxe Reverb where the phase inverter, the preamp, the output stage, and everything is all starting to overdrive around the same time, then your effects loop, which is before the phase inverter, doesn't really have like a massive amount of distortion in the signal by that point. It's sort of, a lot of it happens after it. So you think of the Deluxe Reverb more like a clean amp, and there's nothing... so basically, if you're using time-based effects, you can use them before it because it's not a full saturation of the output stage. There's not a massive amount of compression happening there before the overdrive takes place, enough that it will make the tails on the reverb or the delay overpower the original signal. Basically, the main reason we use effects loops is because the majority of the guitar tone, the sound, the character, the overdrive has occurred before the effects loop, and we want to be affecting that already overdriven tone as opposed to overdriving an already delayed tone, which is what would happen if you put a delay or a reverb in front of a heavily overdriven preamp. So low gain amps, we generally say low gain for Fender style amps. Let's say low saturation amps, because they're still pretty high gain in terms of absolute gain per stage. But let's say low saturation amps are generally fine with time-based effects and stuff in front. If you are using an overdrive pedal and you're not trying to get that wall of sound chaotic Sonic Youth type sound, then you put the overdrive in front of the time-based effects, and you'll have the more run-of-the-mill sort of delay tails on your overdriven tone that we generally are used to. But having said that, there's no rules. Plug shit in, have fun, and discover things. Mango like the timber, yeah. See ya, I test things. Take it easy. See you next time if you can join us. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. One more board to go, champions. I think it's time to go and don't know what. Have something to eat, maybe. Need to hold my board more sturdy. Where's my little block gone? I sort of forgot about it halfway through, didn't I? Zero coat. Oh man, that's some trippy shit, zero coat. If that's how you say it. Don't ever do LSD and look at a piece of zero coat. You'll see shit that's not there, that's guaranteed. You'll see shit that is there. One thing that got suggested to me the other day on YouTube, the feed or whatever you call it, was Lyle's very first live stream test. It was when he was working on the PV Butcher. I didn't realise it was only about a year ago, a year and a bit. Feels like you've been doing live streams for years now. Alright, everything tight, tight like a tiger. Would have been horrible. No, it was alright. It's the subject matter, mate. I think you were trying to work while live streaming, which only lunatics like me do. Dave Friedman mentioned in one of his Tone Talk streams. He said he can't believe that I can actually work while I'm talking to people. Yeah, well, to be fair, I'm working pretty terribly. I'll get those box caps down again. If only I could work well talking to customers. The problem is they sort of demand your entire attention, like they sort of get in your face and stand between you and whatever you're trying to work on. One thing that's been happening a lot lately is the customer will say, "Oh, look, I won't keep you. I know you're busy, but before I go, let me pick your brain." And then a 35-minute conversation begins. I won't keep you, but oh man, I can talk underwater apparently, can't I? One thing I'm not great at though is keeping up to date with the chat while I'm working. I do miss a lot of comments. All the diodes are all the way around on this one, yep. As long as the flyback diodes are right. Jesus. Know about it if they're the wrong way around. While saving a guitar as the guitar hanger failed. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Jesus. Almost like it was planned. You don't plan that shit, though. Hey. Just don't try and catch your soldering iron if you drop it, alright? Just a little tip from someone who knows. Like trying to catch a kitchen knife with your foot. It's not recommended. I'm just glad I had shit kitchen knives back then. Had a nice Japanese Kyoto that would go straight through to the floor. And be pinned down like a cartoon character. Yeah, you don't want to try and save money on your guitar hangers, that's for sure. You guys keep me on my toes. Get on the wrong side of a cigarette in your mouth. You put a cigarette the hot end first. Third broken clip. Really? Ugh. And surely you're not the only one. But this is what all these companies say. Oh, really? We haven't heard anything about that. And they're looking at each other going, never skimp on kitchen knives. Exactly. Yeah, I've got some nice Japanese knives at home. Got one from Kyoto. No, was that Tokyo? Thought it was Kyoto. Might have been Tokyo before we went to Kyoto. And we brought it back to Australia. Australia. That's how they say it. Sent me 2 replacements. Wow. Dull knives more dangerous is complete bullshit, yeah. The one thing about a sharp knife, though, is you might be able to perform microsurgery and reattach the fucker because it's such a clean cut. But yeah, it's going to chop shit off way easier. I got Mum and Dad one too, as a thank you for helping out. There's a little bit longer than my one, and a much deeper sort of hammer finish to it, so it looks really nice. It sort of helps. Stuff sort of still sticks to the blade though. But, you know. I found that the blades that have the really deep fillet on them, stuff still sticks to them. I've done that with a cigarette. My favorite is when I'm using a torch to free up process screws and I put a finger right on the hottest part of the flame. What? Why would you do that? Oh, Wusthof. Yeah, they're good. Customs didn't clock them at all. Yeah, I didn't get any questions at all about the knife, and I got it early on in the trip. Now, Japanese, I guess because of the Yakuza, they have pretty strict knife laws, but I don't know. Well, yeah, we didn't get searched, so, but yeah, even at the airport on the way back, they didn't, like, it was checked in, but I suppose what are you going to do with a knife? But I guess you could get it out of the airport at the other end or something, but I don't know. It was, yeah, no worries. They don't like beards very much in Japan, so I got a few funny looks having a beard. They see it as scruffy and unkempt to have a beard. Which is kind of true in my case. One thing I haven't been checking was the flow through on the feedback spade. That was one thing that Chris from Rift Amps, the amp that he had, didn't even have a negative feedback wire. Now, these amps sound terrible without negative feedback, so I dare say when that customer gets that amp back, he's going to be over the moon with the sound because it'll sound so much better than before, even just by virtue of not having the negative feedback before. And Marshall replaced the board, which had failed again. And it may be Marshall who forgot to put the negative feedback wire back in the amp, which is pretty, I don't know, not good. Heathrow confiscated my Fortnum and Mason orange marmalade. What pests are going to be in marmalade? It's been cooked to within an inch of its life. Yeah, I don't try and bring any foods or anything anywhere, declare anything, just don't bring anything back out of question. The one thing I did bring back, which there was no issue with, was cigarillos from Japan, because they cost like $10 a pack instead of $120 a pack like they do here for the same type. And a shit ton of whiskey. I think the only Japanese one I bought was the Fuji, though. I'm not a big fan of Japanese whiskey, to be honest. It's good, but it's not distinctive. It's like, it's a bit like too homogenized, I guess. Not enough character. The one that I do like was the Nikka coffee grain, like coffee as in the distiller type, not coffee as in the drink. All right, I think we're good on this one. A few little touch-ups here and there, but just need to check a couple of the connector headers don't have any bridged pins, which I saw on some of the other ones. She's getting better, but I think I had the temperature off a bit on her first attempt, so that was my fault because I set up the iron for her and everything. So I think the temp was a bit cold, but I made sure it was right for this run. So I had to touch up a lot of stuff in the first run, but it looks like she's getting used to it. I don't want my studio to look like a garage. Well, this ain't a garage, so... But my garage looks like a garage. All right, last board. Oh, I didn't put the valve sockets in the last few because I'm too busy talking shit. Dickhead. Thought I was getting through them too quick. So there's a bit of play there, so I just sort of let it center between the two extremes. Just check all the holes are aligned, which they are. Here's where I catch up on chat while I let the solder through to the other side. Hi Brad, is this one of your DSL50 boards? It certainly is, mate. As you can see right there. Got a few parts on back order for these, including the preamp valve sockets, the Beltons. But once they come in, we'll finish them off and do a testing run, and they'll be ready for dispatch. I'll put up a post and a link to the product page on the website. A little bit cheaper, only like $10 cheaper than the 10 or $20 cheaper than the 100-watt ones. A few less parts. Tiny bit of negligibly less time, but just 2 less sockets and a few less components around them, like screen grid resistors and the grid stoppers. But everything else, from that point forward in the circuit, everything else is the same. Brad, there's many amps with issues out there. Curious what made you want to do a replacement JCM 2000 board? Because the board itself is the issue with these amps. The actual substrate of the fiberglass. A lot of other amp issues can be sorted with modifications, but replacing the board, the actual fiberglass board, is something that's difficult to get around without actually replacing it. And there's fucking millions of these amps out there. They were produced from 1997 or 96, I think, up until 2010. So a long production run. They're like the Honda VTR of the amplifier world, or the Honda CT110 and CT90, the postie bike of the amp world. There's fucking millions of them out there, and the market value is relatively high for these. They're about 1,500 to 2,000 if they're in good nick, and I think I've made the value go up a bit now that there's options for the board. Whereas, like, if I was to make a board for a Classic 30, that's a $300 or $400 amp. So any work done to it is above the budget of the amp. Whereas these still go for a bit of money out here, because they are feature rich and 100 watters. The thing, you can say it's, I did look into the legal ramifications of making aftermarket boards, and there are protections in Australia for that. You're allowed to make aftermarket boards as long as you don't infringe their copyright using their names. But there are no rules, there are no laws against having mounting points in the same positions, because I think a lot of it stems from the auto industry. To make a aftermarket exhaust, you have to use the same fucking bolt locations, don't you? So you can't copyright like stuff that's required to make it work. So aftermarket parts can have the same position bolt fixing holes and stuff that it needs to be able to be installed. There are protections for that. I did look into it. But why are they going to bother, you know? Like, you can tell they didn't want to make the boards. Like, they were doing it grudgingly the whole time. Oh, there's bridge connection. I've got to teach Michelle when to recognize that she's bridged pins. Because that's a big no-no. Double check them. That's part of the reason I'm doing this and taking my time too, just to find any potential problems. But again, we'll do an inspection and check them all one by one. Rear and front panel boards. No, they're okay. You can rework them. 7 hours. Yeah, I just clicked over 7 hours. Yeah, true. Full day. Pretty sad, huh? Got a bit solder heavy on this one. Red wants his stuff to work, yeah. It'd be nice. Damn, I think I've got some at the front door again. No, it was just a peewee. It's one of the boards around here. Boards? Birds. One of the birds around here. Fucking hell, I can't even speak. Need to leave. The birds attack the window and peck at it, thinking it's a fucking enemy. And it sounds like someone throwing pebbles at the window. But, you know, it has inspired me a bit making these boards to maybe work on an amp design. Make something nice and efficient to build, but still quality. Take it easy, Lyle. Thanks for joining us on and off for the last bloody forever. I think I'm going to take off soon too, champions, because 7 hours is wearing a bit thin. Can't say we didn't have a good run though. I don't want to scare people away from my channel by streaming too long or too much. Yeah, at least now you can see the slightly tediousness of making these things. She ain't no fucking cheap money, that's for sure. Ain't no easy money, I mean. Unless I was to wave solder them or do something like that, but maybe in the future, I don't know. I could do a test run. But yeah, I don't have much confidence that the QC will be up there without me having to whip them into gear. Tiring watching all that work. It's not hard work, it's just tedious a bit. But like I said, I sort of enjoy it. Having said that, I do have other stuff I've got to catch up on, so maybe I just want to get these out of the way and then get back on other stuff and catch up before the end of July when we open repairs again. I'm waiting on some parts at the moment, so it's a good time to do these until the parts rock up and I can finish those jobs. Oh, my ass is numb. Start a GoFundMe for a wave soldering machine. Yeah, hands on all the way. Yeah, if I do start selling amps, the thing that scares me is the certification. If I was to ship them internationally, you need CE, and if you're to sell them even locally, you should get certification. No one does though. None of the international boutique amps do. They all just they self-certify, and then when you open the amp up, it's completely not compliant. It's unsafe. So no certification was even understood. They just printed the label on the silk screen and that was it, and claimed it was certified when it's not. They're really playing with fire there. If something goes wrong one day, they'll get sued into oblivion because they're making non-compliant mains appliances and saying that they're CE certified when they're not. So many brands do it, man. I think you'd be surprised. And then you got poor bastards like Friedman and Sir who get everything certified, pay the 10 grand. If anything's wrong, they've got to start again and fix all the problems and then pay another 10 grand to get it tested again. And they're at a disadvantage because all the hacks are out there selling amps for less money because they don't have to certify stuff. Well, they do have to, but they just don't. It's pretty unfair. So if I was going to do it, I want to do it properly, get everything certified. It takes a load off my mind too, because once it's certified, you know, you sort of offloaded a bit of the responsibility there because at least you've tested it. Made sure it complies to all the standards. These other blokes are playing with fire, really. Someone's house burned down or someone gets killed, they're fucking liable for that because they said it was certified and it wasn't. I found I was unsubbed, really, to your channel the other way. I must have hit the button with my nose falling asleep watching. It may be. Sorry, I'll try to keep it more interesting. This has been a bit of a boring stream for, I imagine, most people, so thanks for sticking with us. Yeah, it's insurance against lawsuits, yeah. So all these companies that sell these amps that aren't certified, but they write the certification on there, which is fraud. That's fraud. They, if something goes wrong, they're fucked. Good night, Irene. But they don't care. All they see is dollar signs. Ah, she'll be right. Self-certification is really just a way to make the designer importer liable. Yeah. It's one of those things. It's only they're only ever going to address it if something goes wrong, and then it's too late. But even the importers, it's like the importers don't care that they're self-certified. They probably don't even know. Like, the importers are bringing in these illegal amplifiers that don't adhere to any Australian, New Zealand standards, and they're importing them. I don't think they realise that they're liable for that shit. If anyone ever gets shocked, which is the case in one of the amps, the primary literally shorted to the chassis. And that was unfused, the importer would get sued into oblivion and shut down. I just don't know why you'd put yourself in so much risk. They just don't know and they don't care, I guess. No qualifications are needed to build and repair, no. Which is a bit scary. All you have to do is adhere to the standards. For repair, it's a bit of a grey area because you're repairing a device that was built by someone else. So if they haven't stuck to the standards, it's still the original design. But I still bring everything up to spec anyway, just for a pure safety point of view. If something's so bad that it needs a full rebuild and the customer doesn't want to do it, I don't even touch it. I'll just give them a warning. Say, look, this is unsafe. I'm not touching it unless you go ahead with the whole lot. I had a acoustic image bass amp, and there was no chassis connection to the ground pin at all. I had a Mesa Boogie V-twin, and the ground lift switch lifted the ground pin off the mains cable from any connection to the device. The ground lift literally lifted the ground pin from the plug. That's non-compliance. And you always get, like all the boutique amps, they always fuse the neutral for some reason. They never switch the active. They always switch the neutral and fuse the neutral for some fucking reason. They never have the fuse. The active going to the fuse tip. It's always to the fuse ring, or the neutral to the fuse ring. Never to the tip. They often don't. They often share a safety earth connection with other connections, which is non-compliant as well, and they mount it to the transformer hardware, which is non-compliant. They don't use lock washers, non-compliant. Not long now, champions. So you need to contact the Australian Standards Authority to check on standards. You need to pay... Oh, fuck. Did I just crank the gain up with my cable? Whoops. Cable gets stuck between the mic plug and the gain knob, and when you move the iron, it turns the gain all the way up. You need to buy a copy of the Australian New Zealand standards, which is expensive and annoying, and it covers a lot of things that we don't care about. And it's copyright, I believe, so I'm not sure I can share it online, which is why a lot of people don't go into it. It's one of those annoying things where there's these companies that charge you for a copy of it, and they're not the actual government, but the government make it so you have to buy it off one of the... It's like a protection racket. You'd think they'd make it public on the government website so it's accessible to everyone, but no, there's a potential to make money there, so... I'm off frame again, god damn it. Yeah, they charge you in the EU, eh? It's fucking bullshit. It should be free information. Just goes to show the goal isn't actually to stop people from dying, it's to charge licensing fees and money. Yay, capitalism. It's like stopping people from dying and stopping houses from burning is like a byproduct of the process. Yeah, it is amazing that Namtech doesn't need a license or a trade certificate, and plumbers and builders, etc. do. It's often the case for what do they call it? Non-fixed plant or something. So if you're to install a system that is like not removable, so like not an appliance, like plant, like if you're installing a fucking air conditioner system, for example, you need certification. Well, you need qualification, I should say. But if you're repairing appliances, you don't. And you've seen the work I've encountered in this channel, champions. Like, a lot of guys out there doing dangerous shit. Yeah. True, I guess. Like, qualifications only is worth what the bloke that has it feels like doing. Some of the most useless people I've ever worked with have been trade qualified. They just don't care. The problem is I could go study electronic engineering, get a qualification, but it would be all digital and communications based. Ah, there goes the Lumix again. Poor old GH5 batteries are getting a workout. feel kind of weird working on boards this long. I feel kind of alien. I need to get back into repairs tomorrow just to feel normal. Stare at the same board for long enough, you start to lose your mind a little bit. Yeah, still at it, Scotty. Welcome back. Did you have a sleep, mate? QC gets harder and harder with fatigue, yeah. Start not noticing stuff. That's why I do it multiple times, and I have dedicated QC sessions where I don't do any work, I just inspect and find any potential problems. Still got some sunlight, yep. 3:30 p.m. Tradie knockoff time. So I think at 4, I'm going to go for a walk, run, jog thing. Because that'll be around sunset. It'll look nice. Around 4:30ish, 4. Shell's got netball tonight, so I'm again left to my own devices. I can't just sit around and drink beer because it's dry July. And it's Monday. Ow! $4.20, yeah. Nah, it's not legal here yet. Even if it was, I'm already dumb enough. Don't need that to help me. Are you just selling the boards, mate, not a finished amp? Yeah, these are replacement boards for a Marshall JCM 2000 series amp. When you start seeing colors that aren't there. Yeah, when I was doing this in my garage, like on the weekends, before I moved the operation down here, when I was doing the protos and stuff, you stare at the same board for long enough and you start to get tunnel vision. Because it's like your brain just starts to... Because your brain forms like a landscape of what's around you from memory. So what's in color, in focus, is only like about the size of a postage stamp when you're looking at it. All your peripheral vision, the color, the information, what it looks like, the shape, everything, is formed from memory. So when you're staring at the one thing for a while, your brain forgets what's around you, and you start to get tunnel vision if you stare at the one thing for too long. And it's really weird, and you need to like look up and remember where the fuck you are, so your brain goes, okay, yep. And then in 15, 20 minutes or so, it does it again. You need to stop and look up and refresh yourself on your surroundings. Otherwise, it's very disorienting. It's just the way our visual brain works. Yeah, man, still going. This is the last board, AP350. So I'll get the sockets in this and then call it quits for the day. So I intended to come in for 2 or 3 hours and do a bit, but here I am 8 hours later by the time we finish streaming. So pretty much a full work day. Not operating at 100% efficiency, of course, because I'm talking to you, champions, but a nice sort of semi, almost kind of relaxing day, but still getting work done. And I have felt a bit guilty because I haven't been putting out much material, so I've just been too busy. So I'll take you along for the ride on the stuff that I can do without too much time input. Well, in addition to what I'm already doing anyway. But yeah, I'll get this batch done and then we'll have heaps of stock for a while. Won't have to worry about them at all, probably for another couple of months. So, I mean, I'm going to have like, what? About, of all types, about 50 boards in stock, so. Should last us for a while. Quite a few orders. I'll take a trip to Aussie-land and learn how to sleep in trees and box like wildlife. What, you mean go to the pub and get in a fight? Like I said with kangaroos, it's not the punching you got to worry about. It's when they rip your fucking guts open with their clawed feet, because they just jump up and just go. The kangaroo have a really thick leather on their chests, so they can assert dominance over each other and not rip each other's guts out. But us squishy, soft, useless humans, we don't have the resistance. So you see at the zoo and that, they wear these big padded leather aprons when they're dealing with kangaroos. They probably bloody sedate them and trim their claws too, I dare say. Great leather for boots. Yeah, probably. Bit like how goats headbutt each other to assert dominance, so they have this really thick, spongy skull. Us guitarists, we just rapidly downpick to assert dominance. We open carry in Alaska. Fair enough. See, guns are just like fake dominance. Anyone can pick one up. It's unearned. Feels like cheating. In Australia, we do shoeies. Not really. Only douchebags do. Alright, let's pin these components down. Let's make sure they're all seated properly again. Same old story, champions. For some reason she's used a ton of solder on the ceramics. Just touch that up. Just wicking the solder off with the tip, essentially. Just clean the tip. Let it soak up a bit of solder. And then clean it again. For small amounts. That is fine. We don't have to use a desolder gun. Some of these spade connectors just need a bit of reflow to the other side. Still plenty of flux on them. Sweet. Alright. Now we'll get the film caps down. Clean the tip. I can't believe Lyle got an FX-30. That's awesome. I wonder if we got any more lenses. We nerd out about cameras all the time. Actually, that's one person who's missing today. Where's Gooden? Haven't seen him all day. Must be busy. Hope he's alright. You're blocked? What are you blocked with, Mark? Who's blocked? No one's blocked. Or if they are, I haven't blocked them. I don't know what's happened. I block very few people. I just block the people that come here looking for a fight. No constructive criticism. Just you're a dude. You're a loser. You're a this. You're a that. Well, yeah, righto. Off you go, champ. Obviously, I'm never going to have a constructive conversation with you. So you being here is a waste of time. See you later. Pretty much no one else gets blocked here. Unless you're a sex bot. But they get blocked and then 10 other accounts pop up. No, I was joking. Sunday at church. Yeah. Sorry, being an atheist, I forget church is a thing. Plus it's Monday here, Sunday over there. Makes sense. Almost there, legends. Just seat in these diodes properly, then we'll get valve sockets installed and we'll call it quits. Brad is in the future. Yeah. Something like that. Don't feel very advanced. And what's the opposite of advanced? I don't know. Toilets don't really spin here. They just sort of go and just disappear down. I can go flush it for you if you want. So we don't have much water in our toilets. I noticed when we went to Japan, there was two types. There was the ones where the water's almost up touching your ball sack. And then there's the water just the same as here. There's only like, I don't know, 4 inches, 5 inches of water in the bottom. But in the States, you've all got like the water almost touching your ball sack toilets, don't you? That's weird. Imagine if it accidentally touched one day. Ugh. It's so gross that the trains here have toilets in them. And for some reason, the train toilets have like a lot of water in them where the water's almost touching your ball sack. And then you're driving around in the train and it's sloshing around. It's like you only ever use them if you fucking really have to, like if you've got serious ass piss on the way. They're not very well filled out toilets. Let's say that. But they're decommissioning those trains soon. We've got new ones coming in, so I wonder what their toilets are like. It's great when you're on one of those toilets. If you've had a big night in the city and you've been drinking all arvo or all night and you've got to take a piss, you don't have to get off at the train station and then wait for the next train because they're often an hour apart. Alright, last two sockets. Like I say, I've still got to wait for the preamp ones to arrive. They're coming from CE. Wonder if they've left the country yet. Yeah, the toilets in Japan have the bidets built in. Like, to be honest, the first time I used it, it was a bit weird and I wasn't real comfortable with it. I don't like things spraying at my asshole. It's a little bit of a shock. But I got used to it. People go, oh, I wish I had this, I wish I had it. It's so disgusting what we're expected to do in the Western world and all of that. And I'm like, eh. They're like, if you shat on the floor, would you just wipe it with paper and leave it at that? Like, no, but the floor's not built for shit. My asshole is built for shitting. So it's a bit of a different ball game, but yeah. I mean, if you've got the facilities nearby, you give your bumhole a wash, but can't say I've ever been super, you know, distraught that I didn't have a washlet, which is what they call it. Just don't scratch your bum. Or if you do, wash your hands after. Yeah, it was a little bit getting used to. It's not like I pine for the washlets. All right, fill them in a bit. Then we'll call it quits, champions. Is this the longest live stream I've ever done? I think it might be. Must be. Wash your hands anyways. Yeah, of course you wash your hands. Just don't scratch your butthole. If you got to scratch your butthole, you probably got worms or something anyway, so maybe you seek medical advice. What a way to end the stream. I am losing my voice a little bit, talking shit for 8 hours. Yeah, it was an epic stream. Epic in length, not so much in content, but can't have it all, eh? Pin 5. And we're Dunskies. New world record. 18 more minutes, you hit 8 hours. 7 minutes and 51 seconds, we're at. So, 52 seconds. So, 8 more minutes. Unless you're behind in the stream, Seth, but if you said that, you must be up to date because you're listening to me talk. I seeded the film caps. I don't think I have. All right, let's round it up to 8 hours. Nope, didn't get fill on that pin. Didn't flow through to the other side. Just squeeze in there with the iron and just make sure it wets to that pin. All the others look good. Drop off some excess leads. Just trimming the excess leads where I've reseated the components a bit more firmly down to the board. And that, my friends, is us. Clean up a mess. Doesn't look like a lot of work, does it? You look at the clippings. A lot of snippety doodahs there, though. All right. Off to live life for 3 or 4 hours until it starts all over again. Tomorrow is a brand new day. Shut up, BOFA. Shut up, Hakko. Worked in a music shop doing pretty much what Brad does. Really? How long ago was that? Try a 36 or 48 hour stretcher where shit goes sideways and you have to stay and fix it. If I work 36 or 40 hours straight, you won't see me for 36 or 48 hours. 12 on, 12 off is my limit. Absolutely. That should be the way it is at least. There was one time where I worked 72 hours straight. But I was about 20 then. Or 20? Yeah, it would have been about 20. Maybe 18. 72 hours straight. That was fun. That was, if we didn't get the job done, it was in the contract that there was liquidated damages of $15,000 a day. Fine. So we made it happen. And I think we got a fucking pizza for that. As is the corporate way. We should have just let him fucking cop the liquidated damages. But anyway, that's the way it works. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time, they say. Anyway, I'm going to fuck off before the Lumix goes dead again. So take it easy, champions. Thanks for joining us. Give us a thumbs up, even though it was a pretty weird stream. I feel a bit weird now. Coming up to 4 o'clock. So I might go for a walk and a jog and cop the sunset. So go and get some sleep, you maniacs. Take it easy.